Day 4 of Tokyo 2020, the Paralympic Games. The venue is the Odaiba Marina. The sport is the sport of triathlon, first established at the Paralympics back in 2016. And we have two categories for you today. It is the men's PTS4 and the women's PTS2. Idyllic conditions, but it is warm, it is humid. Our athletes today, a 750 metre swim, followed by a 20-kilometre bike and a 5-kilometre run.
Yes, we have the two classes, the men's PTS4 and the women's PTS2. And they'll be going just 1 minute apart. The men's will start, and then 1 minute later, followed by the women's event.
Well, we should just run through those classes for you. So the PTS2 for our women are those athletes with severe impairments in both bike and run segments, amputee athletes. And now they may use approved prosthesis or other supportive devices. It also includes athletes with comparable activity limitation and an impairment of, but not limited to, limb deficiency, hypertonia, ataxia, or athetosis, impaired muscle power, or a range of movement. So, in the categories, the smaller the number, the higher level of impairment.
Well, we just saw the full schedule there. After the PTS4 and the PTS2, we'll be following that up with the PTVI, the visually impaired class, and that's where we'll see the athletes racing with their guides, both the men's and the women's race.
And it is a sport that requires heavily on its technical officials. Beautiful presentation of this venue. The bikes are racked. I'd imagine all the athletes, well, they'll all be nervous. It doesn't matter at what level of the sport you are, and this is a nice message for people at home. You talk to the elite athletes, they are always nervous. They are as nervous as you might be when you're doing your first triathlon. And it's reassuring that. So the stage is set.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the PTS4 men's athletes of the Tokyo 2020 Paralympic Games.
And now the race introductions.
Wearing number 421 from Spain, Alejandro Sanchez Palomero.
Yeah, keep an eye on this guy. Very good swimmer.
Number 422 from Croatia, Antonio Franco.
Great to have Croatian representation.
Number 423 from Great Britain, Michael Taylor.
Well, Great Britain's big hope. Such a rich history in the sport.
Number 424 from France, three-time world champion, Alexis Hankin-Kwong.
Well, one of the biggest names in the sport, a three-time world champion.
Number 425 from the United States of America, Jamie Brown.
Yeah, Jamie, one of two Americans on the start line. Interesting to see how that plays out.
Number 426 from the United States of America, Eric McElveny.
Always good to have a fellow countryman alongside of you.
Number 427 from Japan, Hideki Uda.
And great round of applause for the local athlete out of Japan, Uda Hideki.
Number 428 from the RPC, Mikhail Kolmakov.
And RPC being represented by Kolmakov.
Number 429 from China, Zhao Zhao.
Second at the World Championships, the Chinese athlete back in 2019.
Number 430 from Brazil, Jorge Luis Fonseca.
And the very colourful Brazilian, Jorge Luis Fonseca.
Please welcome the PTS2 women's athletes of the Tokyo 2020 Paralympic Games. Wearing number 201 from Italy, Veronica Yoko Plevani.
One of the youngest in the field, but has been improving in her performances rapidly over the last couple of years.
Number 202
going to be
from the
one to
RPC,
fight for a podium
Veronica
slot. Gabita representing the Russian Paralympic Committee.
From Japan, Yukako Hata.
And for the home crowd to get excited, Hata Yukaka will be hoping to close to that podium in front of the host nation. Well, now these are the ones to watch. The USA with such a strong dominance. Hayley Dance, the first of the trio. Lisa Seeley, who has been dominant over the last few years, defending champion from Rio, and Melissa Stockwell making up the 3 from the United States, the 3 medalists from Rio 2016. Raquel Mateo Uriarte representing Spain. Spain, great triathlon nation. Followed up by Great Britain's Fran Brown, who has worked so hard on her run over the last couple of years and could really mix things up with the Americans, who've dominated this women's category for the last few years.
Oh, remarkable. Boy, this is going to be some exciting racing. And one of the big question marks is due to the COVID lockdowns. A lot of these athletes have had mixed preparations, as we've just confirmed that start list for you. So the form guide, you can throw that away, because what happened back in 2019, a lot can change over 2 years. Now, historically in the sport, you can't win the race in the swim. You can certainly lose it, but with no drafting, this changes the game. We'll always say that you sort of swim and bike for show, run for dough. But today, it'll be the athlete who's the strongest across all 3 disciplines. Good to see the athletes with the ice vests on, understanding the environmental factors, and the fact that they do just need to try and conserve as much energy as possible. But I tell you what, aren't those conditions just idyllic?
You can see just a very slight breeze glistening across the water. As the athletes are just having to remove their final cooling devices before they get into that warm water.
Right now, getting ready for their start at 6:30, coming up in about 2.5 minutes.
And now, so 2.5 minutes, we can hear the voice of Greg Welch, former Hawaiian Ironman winner, first non-American to win that great race, and a former world champion in triathlon, doing the PA announcing. So 2.5 minutes to the start, and then we'll have that 1 minute gap back to our women. And so at times throughout the coverage, we will be chopping back and forward, keeping you updated on what is happening. But just one lap of the swim of 750 metres. There is an awful lot that goes on in an open water swim. A lot of dynamics at play. It's about concentration, it's about experience.
Well, due to the varied limb deficiencies, you'll see some of the athletes being stronger in some disciplines compared to the others, and we'll really start to notice that in the swim. You can just see the women getting ready there, and great camaraderie between these athletes, a group hug between nations.
Well, the women will have the benefit too of being able to watch the men. If there are any environmental factors, those athletes will be sitting back going, hey, is it better to start on the left-hand side? Is it better to start in the middle? What are the currents doing, if there are in fact any? So they do get that 1 minute opportunity just to survey and govern what is happening in this men's race. So the men is PTS4, so their impairment is not as severe as the women who are racing in the PTS2. So the lower the category, the higher the level of impairment. As we do just confirm that women's field for you, 3 Americans. Interesting to see if they decide to team up at any point. It does make it a bit more difficult when you've got a non-drafting race. So it'll be 4 laps on the bike when they do come out of the swim, and then 4 laps on the run. Total distance of 20 kilometres on the bike, total distance of 5 kilometres on the run. So set for a start at the Paralympics Tokyo 2020. This is the gold medal race for the men's PTS4. So important they get out quickly. Want to try and get some clear water if you're a stronger swimmer. Well, the second edition of triathlon at the Paralympics is underway. Athletes from nations right around the world trying to etch their name into the history books, trying to write a new chapter in the history of the sport at the highest level. It's always one of the great sights, isn't it? The washing machine effect, the kick coming into play, a much higher arm turnover off the start as they look to just try and get clear. And then for a lot of those swimmers, it's about them trying to get onto the back of another swimmer. You get what we call a drag coefficient of around about 10 to 15%, and already we're seeing 2 swimmers going clear and a little bit of a gap starting to open up.
Well, these swimmers are likely to know whose feet they want to get on. We're going to see quite some different groups forming quite quickly in this event, and with it being non-drafting on the cycling, like you say, it's really not the end of the day if you come out of the water a little bit further back, but they'll be comparing to what they know where they should be in relation to their fellow competitors. Obviously, the last 2 years haven't been as normal for competing and training, so we might see a few sort of upsets in the field, and here go the women now. They have been set off 1 minute later. This is the PTS2, and we're seeing a strong start already coming from Hata Yukaka from Japan, and she looks very smooth in the water, finding her rhythm early on. And there we can see how the men have got a breakaway of 2, and there's a trailing group, but the women still very much bunched together.
Yeah, and when you generally see it bunched, it often means that, well, you can look at it 2 ways. You can say that they're fairly even across the field in terms of their swimming ability. Sometimes it can mean that the pace is off a little bit, but when you tend to get the one long line, the pace is on. Really, really nice form being shown here by Michael Taylor of Great Britain, leading this race and sitting right on his feet. We've got the Frenchman, Hakin Kong of France, number 424. So it's Great Britain and France at the moment, looking to try and clean this field out. Want to try and get out of the swim and give themselves every opportunity to go clear on the bike, out of sight, out of mind. So good technique from both these swimmers. And this is a sport that's what we call a taught sport. So it's governed by hydrodynamics, i.e. it's governed by good technique.
Well, Taylor very much finding his rhythm there, and he knows that Alex Hancock is the man to beat. So if he can really put the pressure on early in the swim, he's going to give himself the best chance of overcoming the defending, well, the multiple world champion, the Frenchman. But the Frenchman right now, Alex Hancock, is sitting on the feet of Michael Taylor, so he'll be taking full advantage of that draft that is available. And it looks interesting to see if we're going to see maybe a lead change, if Taylor will be aware of that and whether he wants to drop back or he's just going to keep pushing the pace at the front and assisting Hancock in a sense at the moment.
Yeah, Hancock, if he can actually get up alongside here and just get on the hip, which he's looking to try and do, he'll get even more of a free ride here. You want to try and get onto the hip of another swimmer, almost getting that your extended arm out in front underneath the armpit of the swimmer in front of you. And what Michael Taylor can do here too is maybe try and take him just try and shake him a little bit, take him on a little bit of a zigzag, and now we are starting to see the Frenchman move alongside of him. So how does he play this? Does he take the lead here or does he sit? Because if he does go to the front, he will actually be using more energy than he probably needs to, unless he genuinely believes that he can drop Taylor and put some time into him.
Well, he was sat on his feet and then on his hips for quite a while, so I wonder if he's taken advantage of that time when he was feeling a little easier. You see, Michael Taylor's just lost his hat. Hopefully his goggles are staying on, because that's far more important for him, but he is just dropping back, and it looks as though the Frenchman has decided to up the pace, and I have a feeling he's making a tactical move here coming into the buoy.
Yeah, and good thing here is he'll accelerate quickly out of this turn, and there we go. We see that little gap open up, very hard now to get back on. And so it is Taylor who's just in a little bit of difficulty. He's going to have to work here. If he can just get on those feet, he will get sucked along. But the Frenchman, look at that, lovely, really good distance per stroke. Limiting that arm turnover. Good swim from the Frenchman.
Well, it was very tactical, wasn't it? He sat on the feet of Michael Taylor, really taking full advantage of that and just not exerting himself too hard, swimming at the pace that was comfortable, and then he decided he wasn't going to allow the same thing to happen to him. So he used, and then off he went. Well, we're back to the women's race here, and it looks as though that is the cap of Hata Yukaka, who we saw taking a very early lead. We'll get a wider shot in a moment. We can see just how much of a gap she has opened up. But from this shot, there's no one taking advantage of the draft from her feet.
The big question over the pure swimmers often in the sport of triathlon is how good is their running. Those that tend to come from a swimming background tend to have what we call quite high hypermobility, and they do take time to learn how to run. They're in a sport that's non-weight bearing, and then suddenly they've got to get into a sport that is weight bearing, i.e. running, and it takes a long time to learn how to become a good runner. But some big gaps beginning to open up in that men's race, and we are seeing the Japanese competitor Hata out on her own. We come back through the field, and going past one of her male compatriots. 4:28 is Mikhail Kolmakov. And this is one thing that the women are going to have to be mindful of, is that they are at points going to have to come through some of the back markers in the men's race, and equally we're going to see a lot of the men later on in this multi-lap course having at times going past some of the women and some of the back markers in the men's race. So that is another dynamic as well.
Yeah, it's going to start to get sort of more complicated to watch, but also the athletes are going to have to so have their wits about them, especially on the bike when you've got various different speeds going at the same time. But right now at the front of the swim, it is Han Kun-kwon who's looking comfortable, but Taylor hasn't dropped off that much more since we last saw him, so I think he's found his own rhythm, not quite taking advantage of the feet of the Frenchman, but holding his own, and there's going to be very little between those two as they come towards the finish of the swim and into the first transition. Well, having said that, as we pan back, the gap has just opened a tiny bit more. Taylor, his stroke looking as though he's fading slightly, his right arm just not having the same clearance of the water that it did at the beginning, and that's just a sign that he maybe did go out a little bit harder than he intended, trying to stick with the Frenchman. Well, he take full advantage.
Just needs to settle down here now. We say, unlike swimming in a pool, there's no black line to follow, there are no lane ropes, so they're having to lift their head every 7 to 8 strokes. In fact, you have a look at the Frenchman here, every second stroke he's just lifting slightly, and these conditions allow him to do that. And so no black line, so they have to navigate themselves their way around this course. They're in control of their own destiny. So making sure that your goggles are clear. You'll see a lot of athletes in transition, often putting things like baby oil or some sort of Vaseline to prevent the chafing. The danger in that is you can get it on your hands, you can get it into your goggles, but it can also affect your feel in the water. So all these little things they do need to just be thinking about prior to the start of the race, but really, really good swim from Alexis Han Kun-kwon of France, the 3-time world champion. He is doing it comfortably, and Michael Taylor of Great Britain hanging tough.
Well, at the moment it does look as though it's a 2-horse race, and coming into this the odds were on for the Frenchman, and it's going to be a chase, but a great start by Taylor. We saw Kolmakov earlier on just being overtaken by the women. Now he's another one to watch. Swim, not his strongest event, but we'll see him flying up through the field on the bike and the run, and it's the same for Wang of China. Sanchez Palomero, we'll expect to see them making moves as we progress to the next 2 phases of this men's PTS4 triathlon.
I love the fact this is old school racing. Swim and then a bike, no drafting, and we get into the run. You'll see at the Summer Games with the able-bodied athletes drafting on the bike, and what that basically meant is that really it became a swim runners race. You definitely couldn't win the race in the swim, but you could certainly lose it, and if you're 45 seconds down out of the water, then generally it was always going to be pretty hard to be competitive. That's not the case here. If you're a strong bike rider, you are going to be able to move your way back up through this field if you're perhaps not such a strong swimmer. And so we are about to see the first of our athletes exit the water here. Day 4, Tokyo 2020, the Paralympic Games.
Well, here we go. The volunteers, the officials, all there ready to assist the athletes and guide them into that first transition, T1 as it's known in triathlon. And it is Alexis Han Kun-kwon who is first out of the water. He'll just get...
That is just simply remarkable. And this is the hardest part too. What you understand is that you're lying horizontal on the water and your heart rate's high because you are working really, really hard, but it's a non-weight bearing sport. Then suddenly you've got to get up into that vertical position and everything suddenly becomes weight bearing. So your heart rate goes up another 10 beats. And what I affectionately say, you'll see some of sport's best ugly faces. And I mean there's a term of endearment because suddenly they're really having to find the oxygen and you'll see them grimacing. Some people refer to it as a war face. Great swim from Taylor though, 29 seconds down. He's got some work to do.
Well, the athletes here will want to take a little bit more time making sure that they've got their prosthesis on correctly, because obviously once on the bike it's much harder to adjust. Han Kun-kwon has...
Boy, look at that bike. So they'll have You'll see all sorts of aerodynamics come into play now, and it's an interesting one, the dynamics on the bike, in terms of the way you set yourself up. But Taylor, really strong in the upper body.
Well, mentioning the bikes, those of you who might have watched draft legal triathlon that we've mentioned, this being non-draft legal, means they'll be on time trial bikes, so you'll see a very different setup. You might start to notice, you can see the aero bars already there on Taylor's bike.
Yeah, and it's a really good point that you do make. In what we see traditionally in triathlon and the drafting races is that you can't have the aero bars, you can't have anything that extends beyond the brake hoods, where those brakes are attached to the handlebars. Because the fact they do ride in bunches, it's a safety factor. But now we're going to see the carbon wheels, we're going to see the deep rim carbon wheels, the stiff frames to be riding a little bit further forward on their seat, and they will be now just locking themselves in the hurt box and really just time trialing now over 20 kilometres. But good to see Sanchez Palmero, who is a good swimmer, third out of the water at the moment. So Palmero comes out in a time of 11 minutes 14 versus Honky Kwok, who came out in a time of 9:42. And we've just seen now, on our system here that Wang has exited the water. Antonio of Croatia has exited the water, and both the Americans have come out of the water as well. So just 3 athletes in the men's race still remaining in that swim.
Well, the first woman coming towards T1 now, and that is still a strong lead by Hata Yukaka. She has led from the start. She's not had any assistance or anyone joining her as she made that breakaway early on. She's just on the feet of a couple of the men. She's going to try and find a clear path onto that blue carpet. It's a little tough here because she's obviously leading the women's event, but she has got 2 other athletes alongside her just to make sure that she's aware that she looks for that assistant. The assistant's ready and waiting to help the athletes get to their prosthesis if needed.
That is a great swim from Hata, brilliant swim. Almost catches her fellow countryman Hideki Yuta in the men's race. Have to re-emphasise this, the women's race is the PTS2, so their level of impairment is much greater than that of the men, who are the PTS4, so the higher the number, or the lower the number, the higher the level of impairment.
We just saw Melissa Stockwell. She's only 12 seconds back on Hata. We thought that Hata might have had a slightly larger margin, and Stockwell, one of the 3 strong Americans, is going to be one to really watch as this race progresses.
Well, onto the bike, beautifully set up. Honky Kwok, the Frenchman, number 424, beautifully balanced bike rider. Just notice that he's a little bit further on that seat, sitting further forward, trying to get into an aero position, but he does have to, it is a technical course, 4 laps of 5 kilometres. So gear selection will be really important coming out of those turns. Don't want to be pushing too big a gear out of the corners. You just want to be able to turn the pedals back over quickly. But he's got his, he'll be wanting to drink, make sure he does stay hydrated. It sounds easy. It's not always that easy to do when you're under duress, when you're in the fight.
Well, here's our leading woman, Hata Yukaka. But that gap, she had 12 seconds on Stockwell, and Stockwell already making her way to that mount line. So the athletes are not allowed to get onto their bike until they reach the mount line. And for some of them, this is one of the hardest sections as they don't have their prosthesis. Having to make their way through transition. Plebani, the young Italian, is making up some ground there. She came out with a swim of a 12:29, so 34 seconds off Hata at the end of the swim, but she's already looked to close that gap quite quickly just in the transition.
And he's got that full disc wheel up to full speed now. Boy, a lot of technology goes into the bikes. You see the bottom part of the frame there, that's what they call the bottom bracket. That needs to be really stiff. You don't want to have any movement through that, you lose energy. But he's pedaling around about, I would have thought, 95 to 100 revolutions per minute, so he's really nice, smooth pedal cadence, which says that he's not pushing too big a gear. Out of his seat, coming out of that turn. Really good display of bike riding from the Frenchman. You can understand why he's won 3 world championships. Back onto that aero bar. And they often talk about what's the best aero position. The best aero position, sometimes it's about the most comfortable, knowing that you have to get off and run. Different if you're just a pure cyclist on the track. Yes, you want to just make sure that you are aerodynamically sound.
Well, here's our women's leader, Hata Yukaka. She managed to get out of transition, but I don't think she's going to be in the lead for very long, as we see Plebani, the Italian, just coming past our picture, and there's the Americans making some great ground. But Plebani, the blue tri-suit there just in front, has overtaken Hata to take the lead as they head out onto this 20K bike course. Yeah. And this is where we'll really see the changes depending on where that deficiency comes. And obviously for Hata, she is pedaling with one leg.
And we will see, equally too, we've seen a number of the swimmers whose amputation might have been swimming with just the one arm, so it sort of balances itself out throughout this race. But I'll still say it'll ultimately, I think, be one in the run. But Honky Conk, well, he just doesn't want to take any chances. He just wants to continue to extend this lead. Very, very smooth. And so, been a real revolution too in terms of the bike tyres and the pressure that they put these days in the tyres. It used to be the old standard that you had the tyres really hard, around 110 to 120 psi, yet road cycling, a lot of research being done that in fact around 80 psi, which is much, much softer, is actually more effective, more efficient. And the wider width of tyre rolls better, which almost is counterintuitive from the science from 10 years ago. So all of these things come into play in the sport. Is so much greater than the sum of its parts, as we do have a look at downtown Tokyo.
Our athletes are now heading back toward the transition area. Yukako Hata was our first lady.
Got to say, the Japanese have been wonderful hosts. Could not get a friendlier nation.
Well, here we have the women's leader. It was a very quick transition for Plebani, but you'll notice she's opting to stay on a road bike, so there's no tri-bars on the front of her bike, so she's getting her aerodynamic advantage by riding on the drop, so on the bar that's the lowest. That can get her centre of gravity lower, get her head lower, and make her body into the most aerodynamic position possible. But this bike could be used in a draft legal race as well, so interesting. It'll help her when it comes to the corners. She'll be far more able to stay in that position and handle the bike well. But on these long straights, she might find it a little bit harder. She's just come up onto the hoods there. So again, you talked about finding the position that's comfortable for you and the position that you can put the most power down as well.
Yeah, interesting too. And clearly some athletes, due to their impairment, might not quite have the same degree of balance, or what we call proprioception.
And there he goes, Alexis.
And through the first lap of 5K, Honky Contney went through that in 18 minutes 19 total race time at the moment for the Frenchman. So he's led out of the swim and he leads through the first lap of the bike. When they do come onto the blue carpet, it will feel just like, they will notice that the bike will just feel like it's going a little bit slower. It's not the best surface to ride on at times. But what they'll also be doing here is they'll get a bit of an environmental scan. They'll do a lap and they'll go, right, where is the wind? Where are the environmental conditions? What are these turns like? What gear ratio was I on? And then they start to replicate that. They can start making decisions for the laps 2, 3 and 4 that still have to come.
Great shot there, isn't it, of the Padoba Bay. Oh, Hayley Dance of the USA is making a strong move here early on in the cycle leg of this triathlon. Plebani not having anything to answer for the American on the aero bar, so she's taking full advantage of that position, getting down these long straights, getting her head down, and she won't want to let Plebani take advantage of being in her slipstream at this point.
Well, she's not allowed to draft, but you can still get a loose draft by getting close, and you also get to key off, as we see now one of our men coming back through, and this is Mikhail Kolmakov of RPC. He came out of the swim 14 minutes 15, so he was almost, well, he was almost 5 minutes down on Alexis Honky Conk, our leader, but he clearly believes that perhaps his strength lies on the bike. But it is our two race leaders in the women's race, the PTS2, and negotiating this 180-degree turn. Let's just have a look at the bike skills here. Just notice that out of the seat, just trying to get that bike back up to full speed again.
Well, the athletes are allowed to be within 10 meters of each other, no closer than that, and you can still get an advantage. So that's from the front wheel of one bike to the front wheel of the next, and it looks as though Plebani might be trying to just stay in that drafting area of Dance and seeing if she can really benefit from that, not letting Dance get out of touch, just also helping her to know exactly where she stands in the race and preparing as they start to think about the next phase as well. But at the moment, it could be tactical from Plebani to sit in that second place position.
Yeah, just that fact you've got someone there, you can just maintain that concentration. But Hong Kong will try and give you an update too at the moment. Just going back to our system here, I can tell you that Michael Taylor did come through from Great Britain. We haven't seen him yet, came through in second place through that first lap of the bike. He is still, my calculations, about a minute and a half back down on this man on screen. And then in third place, it is Alejandro Sanchez Palmero. And not too far behind him, we've got Zhishao Wang of China, who has been a silver medalist at the World Championships back in 2019. So at the moment, it's France, Great Britain and Spain. 1, 2 and 3 on the road.
Well, Hong Kong does look in control. You can just see the straw sort of dangling around in front of his face. Well, that will be for the hydration, so he doesn't need to take his hands off the bars. He can drink in that position. The same with Wang. He'll be able to make sure he stays hydrated.
See, now, Wang, we look here, amputee, but he will, you would have thought, coming into the run, he will then come into his own. But he will struggle a little bit having to control his bike in and out of those 180-degree turns. So the level of impairment, as we've already alluded to, there'll be certain parts in this triathlon where your impairment might not favour you. There'll be other parts where you will get a benefit. So it is still very much anybody's race at the moment. But this is just a stunning ride from Dan's, the United States.
Well, she is really putting the power down, isn't she, here? Negotiating another one of those corners. But there's plenty of flat straights as well, and that's where Dance is really taking the advantage of the aero position. She's got the aero helmet on. You can just see a slight movement of the head there, but she's doing her best to remain as still as possible, even interlacing her fingers at the front on those aero bars. A little bump in the road causing her just to change that position again, but so little movement at the shoulders.
Well, that's incredible discipline. Just what you've pointed out, that is incredible discipline to stay that smooth. And I will say this, you'll see athletes, sometimes, as I said, I use that term affectionately, you have your ugly face on, i.e. what I mean by that is you're gritting and you're showing, extenuating all your hurt, and, you know, people gritting their teeth because they're in hurt. Never look so much at facial expressions, always look at the form of a rider, and it'll vary with these athletes in different ways, but often upper body movement is a really good sign of saying, I'm feeling good or I'm in a bit of trouble. Another way of starting to see whether an athlete's in a bit of difficulty, you see them starting to change their gears a lot and they can't quite fight. One gear feels too hard, the next gear feels too easy, and they sort of find themselves in no man's land. But this is a really, really nice setup for the American. She's done clearly a lot of homework in regards to customising.
Well, yeah, she was the silver medalist in Rio. Her teammate, one ahead, one behind. It was Elisa Seeley. We've not actually seen yet who was the gold medalist. Teammate took the bronze, so it was such a strong performance by America, and they'll be looking to try to replicate that, but it is Dance who leads the charge for the USA in the women's race.
And there is Seeley, just 14 seconds back, so America 1 and 3. Brown there at Great Britain, just 34 seconds back, and it's game on in this women's race. It's going to be a beauty. Not much, as we said, swim and bike for show, run for dough is the old saying. Is that going to be the case today, or can one rider just really make their mark on the bike and out of sight, out of mind? Just a wonderful, wonderful venue, the Odaiba Marine Park. Good to see plenty of Japanese out on the course too, giving their support as we come back to the front of the men's race. 4-2-4. There's the Lexi Hankikon.
You'll notice how the athletes tend to come out of the tri-bars for these sharp turns. onto the base bars there, and that just gives them that more control of the bike. They've got their hands near the brakes, so in case they need them, hopefully they will have done any braking before the corner. It's like driving a car. You want to make sure that you're in that right gear and you're at the right speed before you actually hit the corner itself, and then you can ride through it and power out of it, like we saw the Frenchman demonstrate perfectly there.
So Honky Comp coming back through transition to complete his second lap. He'll have 2 more laps, so he's through 10 kilometres, and he'll be just knocking them off. He'll just be working through this mentally at the moment. He'll be aware of where his opponents are. He'll have a game plan. So I like the way he handles his bike. And now waiting for our second place getter to come through.
Now we can see Melissa Stockwell just going through her 2:02 now. Melissa Stockwell being an Olympic.
Well, that's our first view of Raquel Mattia-Riorati, the Spanish athlete, riding her groove on the bike. Again, opting for a time trial bike, powering there as she comes out of the more technical section, staying on the base bars. And when it gets onto the straight, she'll find her rhythm, and then she'll get back onto that aero position, onto the tri-bars.
Yeah, really important coming out of those tighter corners. You do use your gears. It's no different than in a car. When you slow down, you're changing your gears, aren't you? And then as you start to build your speed, you're going into sort of slightly harder gears. If you're coming out of those corners too often in a harder gear, it will hurt you. It will just chip away at you, particularly if it's a tight technical course. But a good look here at Alejandro Sanchez Palmero, who currently sits in 3rd. But we've yet to see Michael Taylor of Great Britain come through and complete his second lap. So have we got a bit of a change in 2nd and 3rd? We'll keep you updated on that. But it is Honky Comp who is in complete control at the moment of this men's race, the PTS4. And here is Michael Taylor of Great Britain.
Well, Taylor is interestingly coached by Rhys Davies, the husband of Vicky Holland and the coach of Vicky Holland, the Great Britain bronze medalist back in the Rio 2016 Olympic Games. So he trains some of the time at the High Performance Centre at the University of Bath back in the UK.
And he took up Paratriathlon February 2017. And it was a Try for Tokyo event held at Loughborough University in England. And so he received his first running blade in May 2017 and really hasn't looked back. Great to have him on the start line. Great to see him fulfill his dream of, from this moment on, forever being a Paralympian. So it is Sanchez Palmero, though, that has gone through into 2nd place, and Michael Taylor officially in 3rd. So Taylor went through in 3rd, completing his second lap in a total time of 28 minutes 31. And it was Honky Comp who went through his second lap in 25 minutes 53. So yeah, some work to be done by the Englishman.
Back to the women's race, and Hayley Dance really has come through at the early stages of the bike and just put the pedal down, so to speak. She navigates another one of those 180-degree turns, starting to pedal as soon as she can see the exit point, and putting a bit more power down. And you'll soon see her get back into that brilliant position. And there she is, head down, hands together.
And it's one of those things too, you've got to understand your course. You've got to go away and go, right, what's this course look like? Right, I now need to set my training up accordingly. How many 180-degree turns I have? As we have a look at Brown here in pursuit from Great Britain. How many 180-degree turns I have? What are the straights looking like? Right, types of work I need to do at a high aerobic state or at an anaerobic state, where you get your heart rate up to the point that you are hurting. You need to work on it. You need to practice it. Show your body in training what happens on race day. It's just no different than a dress rehearsal for a play.
Well, it's interesting seeing the first shot of Fran Brown, and actually Brown is one of the only athletes to have beaten Dance recently. It was at the grand final back in 2019 in Lausanne that Dance was put down into bronze medal position behind her teammate Seeley and behind Brown, who we just saw will be looking to close after the swim.
Well and truly got the bike muscles working now. They'll have that swim well and truly flushed out of the system. It is hard sometimes, a lot of blood and the swim is in the upper body, and then you get onto the bike and suddenly you've got to move it into the lower extremities. And you can find that quite hard in terms of just lowering your heart rate, but he's in what we'd probably call a high aerobic state here. So if you were to talk to him, you could probably hold a conversation. You might get a little bit irritated by it, but come the run, they generally go to a much, much darker place aerobically where really you just suffer the whole way.
Well, this being a sprint distance triathlon, everything's going to be at that slightly more intensity than it would be over the Olympic distance. So this is a 20k bike course that they are navigating at the moment. They'll be following that up with a 5k run. It just gives you an idea of the intensity, half the distance of an Olympic triathlon, and that does not make it easier, it just makes it more painful. It might be a short amount of time you're suffering, but you'll be suffering that bit harder.
So Honky Conk will come through to complete 3 laps, but back to the front of the women's race. Certainly Dan knows the challenges coming.
Well, as you navigate a corner, you try to put the weight down through the outside leg. Now Dance will find it as a result of that a little bit harder when taking corners on a right-hand bend. So the left, she'll most probably feel a bit more comfortable, maybe be able to take it with a little bit more speed because she can put the weight down through the outside of the bike and just keep it a little bit more stable than she will when she's taking a right-hand direction.
If you have just joined us, we've got the men's race, the PTS4, and we've got the women's PTS2. And so the lower the number, the higher the level of impairment. So thus you are seeing the women out here doing extraordinary things. This is a wonderful example of it.
We're just seeing Dance increasing her lead at the front. She has not looked back. Coming through on lap number 1, so we'll get some splits shortly to see just how much of a lead she's opened up. She was out of the swim behind Hato Yukaka. Didn't take her long to make her way to the front of the women's race, and
so just that
there we're getting some splits coming through now.
Yeah, 12 seconds from Brown, and then Seeley, and then Plabani, who we saw at one point lead this race briefly, the Italian. Japanese competitor Hata Yukako, who led out of the swim. But we've seen a number of lead changes. Now, as we go back through the field, so very, very good race developing for second, third and fourth. Not a lot in it. Look, 12, 18 and 22 seconds. Almost the difference between what they can do legally drafting and what they can't do. So great discipline there. As we had a look at Honky Conk coming through to complete his 3rd lap, and he's come through in a total time of 33 minutes 30. So we'll see if we can get a split shortly through 2 laps. Second place was Alejandro Sanchez Palomero of Spain, and then Michael Taylor of Great Britain. This man has led from start to finish. Well, he hasn't led from start to finish. He sort of let Michael Taylor of Great Britain probably lead the first 200 metres of the swim before he decided enough was enough, and then moved alongside of him and hit the afterburners.
This is where we mentioned that there's a few sort of things to consider for the athletes when they are competing alongside the women, and you'll see on corners such as this, when they're needing to overtake, they might be riding at a different pace, and it does just require skill, but it also requires the athletes to hold their line and make sure that they are not deviating from that, so if an athlete is coming through they can get past, and ideally make sure they're in the right position heading into the corner, trying to take that wider line when possible to make those corners as smooth as they can and maintain that power and that speed that they've got going into the corner.
Yeah, what they call blocking. So you do need to stay to one side, but as they get tired too, you got to make sure you maintain that concentration. You just see there on the front of his bike, we saw Sanchez getting on his hydration system, but the tyre width there of that bike will probably be about 25 mils. The old standard used to be anywhere from 19 to 22 mils, and that has been the real evolution. And great example of it. It's interesting too, the importance of making sure they do stay hydrated. It is very, very warm here in Tokyo, incredibly humid. But one thing to be able to drink and absorb fluid in training, because most of the time when you're drinking and eating and training, you're in what we call an aerobic state. You're just sort of in the bunch, or you're out there for a training ride, and it's easy to absorb. Much harder to absorb fluid when you're on the aero bars, like we're seeing here, like we're seeing from Michael Taylor coming up on Wang, and then drinking and then trying to absorb when you're nervous, your heart rate's high. But as we alluded to earlier, you've got to practice drinking and eating under duress.
You really have, and it's important to make sure you get those fluids in on the bike, because once you get to the run, well, it's too late. You need to, this is the time when your heart rate might be slightly lower as well. You haven't got the movement of up and down as much as you get with the run, but basically by the time you've got to the run, you need to have any nutrition already on board when it's just a 5K. So the bike is the time to do that, and you have got to be disciplined. You might not feel like wanting a drink, you might not feel like you need one, and you might not right now, but you're looking at the bigger picture. You're looking towards the latter stages of the race where the intensity gets upped.
So there we go, 2:29, Sanchez Palomero, and we've seen another change. So Wang has actually moved in front of Taylor, rather than I thought there at one point Taylor might be coming past Wang, but Wang having a really, really good race. The man from China, who has been second at the World Championships back in 2019. So he does have pedigree. He knows how to get the job done on the big stage. Says to me that he's mentally tough. You're going to need to be mentally tough when they get off the bike and get into that 5-kilometre run.
Well, at the moment, it does look as though it's a bit of a battle for the silver and the bronze positions. It's that man, Alexei Hankinkwa, has just really opened up such a lead, 2.5 minutes almost on the rest of his competitors. Sanchez Palomero leading that chasing group.
Good news for Japan too. Hideki Yuta currently sitting in 5th place, beginning to make his move. He was some way down out of the swim, but he is really starting to make his move on the bike. So the Japanese will be urging him along. They love their sport in Japan. They love their heroes. It's been tough for them with COVID, but I do encourage people too, if you are post the COVID era ever thinking about coming somewhere for a holiday, come to Japan. Really progressive cities, beautiful countryside, and the most hospitable of people. Really has been a pleasure as we... Oh, look at the grit there. That's what we talk about. That's what I like. That's what I affectionately, with the greatest term of endearment, what I call the ugly face, where you're just gritting the teeth and you're really showing all that energy. You're prepared to hurt, you're prepared to suffer. Great example of it. And it is Dan's back out, still in front, as she's been. Again, incredible just how smooth she rides. Considering that really, it's just the one leg that's applying all that power, so she's having to counterbalance.
You can see that how hard her core is working as well to try and maintain that position. We've talked about some athletes maybe not able to, or have that control to hold in their aero position, and you can see how her body is moving, but she's trying to maintain that solid core position to allow the pure power to come down through the leg, the glutes, the hamstrings, the quads working so hard, whilst her core is trying to keep her in that brilliant aero position that she's adopted on those bars.
It's a really good point that you make with these athletes, because as we said, they'll all have impairments that are different, so they need to go away and they need to strengthen those areas that they're going to rely heavily on.
Well, I think we just got a shot up the road there, and that looked as though it could have been Fran Brown from Great Britain. We haven't seen an update in the splits, and we haven't seen a shot of the official leader with a graphic, but I have a feeling that Dance might have just been pushed back down into 2nd place, because that looks as though it could be Brown just up ahead of her now. And we saw Brown coming through looking pretty strong in the shot previously, so we'll wait to get an update on the standings, but I think we could be seeing a few changes in the women's race.
Yeah, stay with us, because this is going to be an absolutely cracking 5-kilometre run. They'll have 4 laps on the run course, which means they will get a chance to look at each other But I always reckon when you've got schlaps too, I always find that mentally a lot easier. I think a lot of athletes do. You become familiar with it, you can break it down in your head a little bit more. As we just pull back here and look at this wonderful venue, Odaiba Marine Park, downtown Tokyo. Hazy, but very warm, very humid.
Yeah, don't let those clouds deceive you. Almost felt even hotter this morning as a result of that hazy feel. Not a breath of air, which the athletes will be pleased for on the cycle. Won't be having to deal with any crosswinds, especially some of those athletes choosing to ride with the disc wheel. It does make it a little harder to control the bike when you've got winds coming from different directions if you've got a large side profile.
Just saw, here we go. Now this is Brown, so she is our race leader. So there we go. We do have a change officially in the women's race. It is Fran Brown of Great Britain now leading this women's PTS2 as we go to the front of the race for the men. And Alexis Honky-Comp, the three-time world champion, about to put his shoe on.
Well,
and now let's see what he's capable of on the run. Swim and bike for show, run for dough. He's got 5K to win himself a Paralympic gold medal. He's going to need to concentrate. He's going to need to maintain good form. More importantly, he's going to need to be patient.
Well, you'll notice just how quick he was through that transition and quite unique in the para-triathlon field. But Alexis Honky-Comp actually uses the same prosthesis for the bike and onto the run, so he doesn't actually have to change his prosthesis over, which saves him a huge amount of time.
And then we can just see on the other side just how close this race is on the women's side. So not much in it between our two leading women, but clearly this man in control of this men's race. A good 3 minutes clear is our understanding. And that is simply remarkable. That form looks really good. He wants to try and stay tall. Never want to be sitting back in the bucket. Just think about staying tall. Try and stay as relaxed as you can. And so he has 4 laps of 1.25 kilometres. And Fran Brown has made a decisive move in the women's race. So, as expected, we have seen significant lead changes throughout the swim and the bike. I've got a sneaking feeling these athletes are about to write another chapter as they start to think about the run. Second place man on the road is Sanchez of Spain, number 421. He has medalled previously at the Paralympics in the sport of swimming, backstroke, bronze medal back in 2016.
You can see a high cadence coming from Sanchez, and that's often a sign the athletes are coming close to the run. They might start to try to increase the cadence on the bike, as it'll just make the transition to running that little bit easier, because you want to try to replicate a similar speed of your leg movement on the bike to what you're going to be starting off on the run. It will just make that transition feel slightly smoother, going from one very different sport to another.
Yeah, absolutely, and these are all the little things. You know, I should apologise. In fact, Sanchez won that bronze medal back in Beijing in 2008 when he was purely a swimmer. He was also 4th in the 200 individual medley back in 2008, 4th in the 4x100 medley relay. But he has medalled at World Championships in triathlon, finishing 2nd on the Gold Coast in 2018. And now let's just have a look. His time will come up shortly. So it was 41 minutes, 54 seconds for Honky-Comp. And Alejandro Sanchez Palomero, there'll be a certain time map that he'll run over, and we'll be able to get a bit of a feel for where he is at. But currently in that silver medal position. Back to the front of the women's race.
Right, that's, I think, our second place athlete as we saw Brown up the road, and yet there's the leader just up ahead. And Dance might have lost the lead, but it doesn't look as though she's lost too much in the way of time to Fran Brown of Great Britain. That gap seems to have stayed pretty consistent since we last got a shot of the women's lead.
Oh, well, so here we go. The Japanese athlete coming into transition as well. So Yuta Hideki of Japan. We know how good a runner he is too. So it is France, Spain and Japan. Now that gap between Honky-Comp and Sanchez Palomero in second according to my calculations, is around about 3 minutes. So 3-minute gap, just under 3 minutes from first to second, but Hideki beginning to make his move. Now Hideki is a minute, in fact, is 32 seconds down on Alejandro Sanchez Palmero. So game on, settle back, enjoy all of this. It is day 4, Tokyo 2020, the Paralympics.
Well, there's a big chasing group as well, just behind Uda, coming out of transition now, led by Wang, but Britain's Michael Taylor in there. Antonio Franco also in contention. So we'll see if there's going to be some significant place changes again in this final phase of the men's PTS4.
Well, this is just who's prepared to hurt himself the most in the run. It's tough, it's a weight-bearing sport. You're going to feel like you've got jelly in the legs coming off the bike. It's a really strange feeling, all a different muscle group. And you get off and you sort of feel like you're almost running through quicksand initially. And then you've just got to try and think about your form, think about coming right as this battle amongst our leading women continues. It is still Great Britain over the United States.
Dance sitting in that silver medal position at the moment. She won the silver 5 years ago in Rio. Could Fran Brown prevent her from going one step higher? It's still early days though, like we said, and we've seen on the men's, they head out onto the run. A lot can change there. We are seeing great form maintained by Dance, just a slight wobble there, but she is spending most of her time on the aero bars and really not coming out of that aerodynamic position. She's using that to her advantage. She doesn't quite have the same power that Fran Brown is able to maintain on the bike, but she's making as much of an advantage as she can from limiting the aero drag.
Let's have a look at Fran Brown. Let's have a look at the contrast here. Slightly more upright, but that will suit her. She realises that I've got to come off this bike. I can't come off sore. I've got to come off feeling comfortable. And you can see those deep carbon rim wheels there. That seems to be the wheel of choice these days. Be a bit careful having the full carbon back wheel. There is some science suggesting that unless you get it up to a certain speed, it can actually slow you down a little bit. Sometimes do just these spoked carbon wheels, you can throw them a little bit better out of the corners. Everybody will be slightly different and what they feel is the best for them. Just having a look at the gear there, so pushing a reasonably big gear. You can, well now, here we go. So Dance, perhaps just maybe on a slight downhill section there, just making up a bit of time. We do notice that Dance, once we start to come up on some of these inclines, just struggles, just loses a little bit of power on the slight inclines. And we're about to see that again.
Well, she's got within that draft distance, so it means that Dance is going to have to make a move because she cannot sit behind Brown within those 10 metres. Otherwise, she is susceptible to getting a drafting penalty. So she's made a move going over the river now, over the bridge, and she's got to maintain that to make sure she gets that 10 metres in front, and then Brown will have to back off and ensure that she stays the safe distance behind. Don't want any drafting penalties. You can see the moto, we're obviously getting the pictures from the motorbike and the motor rider, but there'll also be a referee out on the motorbike keeping an eye that the athletes maintain these rules.
Yeah, the nice thing here is they're not really big deep fields. I mean, you've got 10 to 12 of the very best athletes in the world, which means that there is plenty of room on the course to make sure that you don't draft. Sometimes when you get the much bigger races, you can do everything you can to try and keep out of the way, but it doesn't always happen. So just having a look at that gear setup. You'll often hear in cycling talking about gear ratios. You'll hear somebody saying, I pushed a 5311, and what that means is the big chainring on the front, it's got a certain number of teeth. Normally standard road bike is 53, and then on the back you've got what we call a block of chain rings, and the smallest one, which is your hardest gear, might be an 11, so you'll often hear the gear ratio, I was in a 5311, so you're in your hardest gear, and you'll use that on downhill or if you've got a tailwind behind you. But some of these athletes will be in what we probably call a mid-range gear, maybe a 5315, so a cog in the middle at the back.
You can see Brown trying to maintain the aero, staying on one aero bar and one base bar around that corner, and the judders under the carpet, just making it slightly harder to keep the position not wanting to waste any time, but now to come into a slight descent as they come back through towards the end of another lap. Both athletes opting just to have their hands hovering over the brakes. You don't want to use the brakes unless really necessary, because you're obviously going to be decreasing the speed and losing some of that power and the effort you've put in earlier on.
Honky Conk of France completing the lap now. He'll look up on the scoreboard. That'll be real motivation for him. Out to his left-hand side, he'll see the finish line. At some point, he'll be visualising possibly a gold medal going around his neck. That'll give him a huge, huge boost. Got to control the emotions, though. Adrenaline will pick you up. It can also bring you down. So just think about form. Doing a really good job at the moment. And again, look at that face. It doesn't show too much. You wouldn't want to sit at a poker table with him, would you? But to the front of the women's race, it is the United States, Hayley Dans.
Well, that was obviously a tactical move from Dance, seeing her overtake Brown coming into the final stages of the bike. She just wanted to put the marker down and say, look, I'm still here in this race and I'm going to lead it out of T2, sorry, and you're going to have to chase me down. Hayley Dance really showing the grit and determination here that we see demonstrated by all these athletes.
Well, really good running form from her too. It's whether she can maintain that. It's really easy to come out of transition, and as I said, you've got to control it. You know, we see a lot of athletes getting caught up by the crowds, by the occasion, and you can get this big adrenaline kick and you sort of almost want to put an exhibition on, and it will ultimately end up working against you later on. You've got to try and stay nice and even, nice and balanced. And as we see more of our women coming in, so Brown 11 seconds back, and these are the athletes vying for third and fourth.
Well, Pavani was strong coming through that first transition. Came out of the swim in second place and went into the lead momentarily, but still very much in touch as they prepare for the running leg. But it's the men, Sanchez, who is sitting currently in that third medal, bronze medal position.
Well, the
Japanese.
Japanese.
He's got his eyes on Uda.
Yeah, Uda, look at that. He's going to just enjoy the local support that he is getting. Now, he wants to try and take the straightest line, cut the apex if he can. A good performance. They love their running here in Japan. They love their distance running. They have a thing here called the Ekiden Relays, big corporate. So, right out in front, it's France. Second place, it is Japan. And third, it is Spain. Oh, just taking a look here. That is the difficulty, but he gets himself back up. Honky Conk, well, just touching that white paint on the road. So he'll remember that. He'll now make a little mental note, and he'll have to just think about that. Difficult, but he got straight back up, so plenty of courage from the Frenchman. The nice thing is he's got a comfortable lead here at the moment.
He's getting all the support from those supporters who have been able to make it down to the outside of these closed roads. Volunteers loving every moment of these Paralympic Games.
Now he's about to come past Wang. Now people might think, well look, Wang's a long way back. Remember, this lap is only 1.25 kilometres a lap, so it's not a lot of time in the context of this race. So it is Uda, 3 minutes 38 seconds down. And now Sanchez having to fight. Further 8 seconds back to Sanchez. And it will be Wang, who we just saw, still sitting in fourth. Michael Taylor of Great Britain was in fifth.
Sanchez still looking comfortable, and I don't think Uda is going to be safe in that silver medal position, and he'll know just how strong Sanchez Palomero can be. You can see the water sprayers there just trying to keep the athlete's core temperature down as the heat will just continue to rise throughout the day.
Honky Conk come down, and he will.
He's sitting in first place with a total time of 54.55.
54 minutes 55. He'll come down, he'll get the bell lap, the Frenchman. And then he will have just over 1 kilometre of this journey remaining. So he comes through in a time of 54.55. And it is the Frenchman who is running his way to a Paralympic gold medal. Back to the front of the women's race, though.
Well, Hayley Dance just having a glance over her shoulder. She'll be aware that there's some stronger runners in the field, but she won't know quite how much of a margin she managed to open up from that bike leg. She's going to need to make sure she paces this, goes out strong enough to not give her competitors too much of a sight. Once an athlete behind can get a sight on you, then they'll have that to target. But Dance will be doing her best to make sure she can maintain this gap. She did a tactical move just to the final stages of the bike and came out of transition 11 seconds ahead of Fran Brown, who she sat behind for the majority of the bike ride.
Yeah, and sometimes athletes too, they like to empower themselves. You know, they like to run from the front. They're more comfortable running from the front. As we look at Brown, still maintaining really good form though. This is going to be a very good race. In the United States also in third place by the looks of it back there. Now Brown just taking a bit of a walk here, so in a bit of difficulty. A little bit of difficulty for Brown. She's going to have to continue because she's about to find herself in fifth place or fourth place very shortly, because Plebini of Italy is about to move into second. Seeley, the United States, well, she's about to move into third. If Brown can't find the energy to pick her running back up, she looks like she's moving again though.
She'll know what her body is capable of, and she'll be working around that.
So Jorge Luis Fonseca of Brazil coming through to complete a lap of the run, and this will be his second lap he will complete, so he'll have 2 laps remaining for Fonseca. We still haven't seen Uda Hideki come through to complete his 3rd lap. As we go out in front though, it is the Frenchman Alexis Honky-Comp of France in control pretty much from start to finish. A dominating display, 35 years of age.
Well, he's starting to revel in the moment, I think, and on this final lap, why not have a smile, give the supporters a wave, as he knows he is on the way to the top spot of the podium.
Yeah, very, very good display. Great performance. Wow, that is remarkable. And really now enjoying it, and why not? It's been 5 years in the waiting for this moment for him. And he wants to take in the plaudits. And the national anthem of France, well, it'll ring out a little bit later on and around this remarkable venue in downtown Tokyo. The Japanese out in numbers, acknowledging a world-class athlete, a man who has set the standard for so long. As we see Wang of China, and Wang currently sitting in 4th place, so he has been lapped, but it will be the Frenchman who resides in Rouen in France, who is about to come down and be crowned Paralympic champion.
What a dominant performance, and he can now enjoy all of that hard work as it pays off, grinning ear to ear, and you would be too.
Well,
what a performance.
He won the World Championships in Rotterdam in the Netherlands in 2017. He won the World Championships in the Gold Coast in 2018. World Champion Lausanne in Switzerland in 2019. And now Alexis Honky-Comp is about to add the biggest prize in the sport to his CV. He is about to be crowned Paralympic champion. Stand up, France. A great moment, a dominant display. Alexis Honky-Comp will forever be Alexis Honky-Comp, Paralympic gold medalist. A dominant display. Wonderful performance.
Paralympic champion, Alexis Honky-Comp, and the gold medalist.
the sheer emotion of that moment. The work he put down early on in the bike, you could see the pain face once or twice as he was working hard, holding that aero position, and it meant that he could enjoy the last lap of the run. It was pretty much a victory lap for the Frenchman. And just breaking the 1 hour as well, a great time to go with it.
You'd probably be thinking about that afterwards. There is a great thing, isn't there? You see a lot of these times and world's fastest times being set, world records, and you talk to any athlete, well, they'll come and go, but that gold medal will last forever. And we could have a really special moment for Japan shortly, because when we went through it last time, it was Uda Hideki who was in second place.
The course will be open for the swim warm-up.
We'll just go back and have a look at that moment. And look what it means to him.
The swim course is open for PTVI.
He can come in as the #1 ranked athlete,
For PTVI swim warm-up.
but it doesn't necessarily mean that you're going to win, because the Paralympics is so much greater than the sum of its parts. And now we are waiting for our silver medalist, Uda Hideki, who comes from Kusatsu. He was born in Koka in Japan. He's married to Aki. He's got 2 sons. And he's about to come down, is he? Uda, still waiting for a visual of him. As we look back over this Odaiba waterway, marina. And here he is, simply 34 years of age. He originally played able-bodied football at high school. After his accident, he took up swimming as part of his rehabilitation and was encouraged to try para-triathlon by a person he met at the swimming pool. He said that he could run due to his experiences in football, and he was swimming. So he told me that I'd be able to do triathlon if I could ride a bike, and so the rest is history. He's got a really, really encouraging philosophy. I like this. What makes your life is what you did in your life. And there is Sanchez of Spain in the bronze medal position.
Well, Uda has been on the podium in his home country of Japan just earlier this year when he won the bronze at the Yokohama World Triathlon Para Series. But he's going to go one further step up the podium at a competition far larger and far more significant in his career, the Paralympic Games.
Yeah, 4th at the World Championships in Lausanne in this event in 2019, 4th in the Gold Coast, 4th in Rotterdam in 2017, and now the breakthrough performance on the biggest stage. Silver medal will go the way of Japan, will go the way of Uda Hideki. 34 years of age, married with 2 kids. Wonderful moment for the home nation. And look what it means to him. You sense that he's in tears. Well, goosebumps here. How special. Uda, the race of his life. Silver medal for him. What a performance.
The gold medal going out to Alexis Onkinkong. The silver medal.
And Sanchez will be your bronze medalist. He's been good all day. Slightly down out of the swim, made his move on the bike, held it on the run. And Alejandro Sanchez Palomero will come down and add a bronze medal to the silver medal he won on the Gold Coast in 2018 at the World Championships. So it'll be France, Japan and Spain. They are your medalists. They write their own chapter. Look at the emotion from Uda though. Look what it means to him. Wow.
Years and years of hard work that all just get repaid at this very special moment. The 4th place goes to Wang Jiaochao from China. Strong finish for the Chinese on that 5K run, but not enough to catch Sanchez, Palomero, Uda, and the man out in front, and Quinquat. But the women's race still very much underway, and Seeley has been working her way through the field on this run leg. The strongest of the three legs for the American, the defending Paralympic champion. Is she going to run out of space, out of meters, out of kilometers to close the gap enough to see if she can defend that title?
Well, great performance, isn't it? There's just so many lead changes, just compelling triathlon. As we see Franco come down to finish in 5th place, the Croatian athlete, Antonio Franco.
Antonio Franco from Croatia, breaking the tape at 5:51 in our men's PTS4. Fran Brown in our women's PTS2.
Eric McElvenney only took to this distance of racing when he found out the event was going to be held at the Paralympic Games, has raced several Ironman, including completing the course at Kona. And he was just delighted to have the opportunity to compete at a Paralympic Games. And a very respectable performance in his debut.
Representing the United States, so our top 6 in our men's PTS.
Yeah, top 6 finish for him. Back to the front of the women's race now. This is where it starts to hurt. They're at that threshold where there is no plan B now. It's about just hanging tough and what I affectionately call being locked in the hurt box. And it's a dark place. It's a place few people know how to go to. But once you're in it, you've got to stay in it. And that's what separates good from great, how long you can stay there.
Well, the leader, Hayley Dance, is being chased down by her compatriot, Alicia Seeley. We'll get to see the time difference when they complete the 3rd lap. But it is Dance who's been consistent throughout this race. She had a very tactical bike ride, just going back into the lead ahead of Fran Brown, who's dropped off now in the run. Last time we saw Brown, she was taking a short walking intermission before returning to her run gate. But you can see the face of Dance now, just trying to grit those teeth. She'll know that Seeley will be chasing her down. Pabani, also one of the chasers, currently sitting in 3rd position.
Yep. Palvani, 4th at the World Championships in Lausanne in 2019, 7th in 2017, and 8th in the Gold Coast. So is she looking for that breakthrough performance?
Well, here we see Seeley, and just ahead there's the lead cyclist. So Seeley will now have her eyes set on Dance, and this could be a repeat of Rio 2016.
Well,
is Seeley going to chase down and retain that title? Hayley Dance has led for so much of this race, but Seeley looking maybe the more comfortable of the two runners right now.
Yeah, certainly her form looks very good, Seeley. She looks like she is moving a little bit quicker, and now this is where Dance is going to have to be a little bit careful. You talk about the degree of impairment and how at certain points on the course, certain parts will favour an athlete, certain parts will work against them. And I just think on the downhill there, Dance just having to be a little bit more mindful. But she'll get a sense. She'll have the big screen coming up shortly, so she'll have a wee look. They'll come through. They will get the bell lap. But it is game on. What a race between the Americans. She needs to think here about form. Stay tall. And one way you can relax the shoulders is just take your thumb and your forefinger and hold them together like you're pinching a stick. But now we're about to see a lead change.
Just absolutely
well, there's the update, just 6 seconds, and I think that's already been shrunk. Seeley has got her sights firmly set on Dance, and she is just eating up the ground. And I think it's going to not be more than a few seconds before we do see a new leader, and it could be the lead for the very first time for Seeley in this race, and the most important time, the final lap of the run. Just over a kilometre to go, and has she timed it to perfection?
Oh, she has. And look at her form too. When she goes past, you want to go past quickly, and you want to go past on the outside. And at some point, one of these athletes will say second is good enough. because that can just be the nature of it. But this is a really good performance coming from Plebani of Italy, yet to get herself on the podium at a major World Championship event. We've just seen Japan do it on the men's side, and are we about to see Veronica Yoko Plebini have that breakthrough performance when it counts the most on the biggest stage, the Paralympics?
Well, here comes the move now. Seeley onto the shoulder of Dance, and she's not going to hang around there. She took her time, she chose her moment, and she has made that move. And Dance will know that she's just got to hang on and try to maintain that silver, because you can see the different gaits between these two athletes. The higher prosthesis for Dance just making it that much more demanding when it comes to the run. Plebani's still with over a minute back on those two, but she's looking comfortable.
She is comfortable. She's still got an opportunity to run herself into second place here, because you just sort of sense with Hayley Dance, once she lost that lead, how does that affect her psychology? You know, she's been empowered for so long by being out in front. As we just go back and reflect on a really special moment for Japan.
銀メダル獲得ね、大健闘というところです。現在女子が最終週に入っています。先頭はリオデジャネイロパラリンピック第2位のヘイリー・ダンズアメリカ、そして現在第2位にリオデジャネイロで金メダルを獲得した
Wonderful camaraderie there between Hideki Yuda and Alejandro Sanchez Palmero of Spain. Tell you what, we teared up a little bit here in the commentary box when we saw the Japanese athlete cross the line. Such was the emotion that he showed, and knowing how important this is event to the people of Japan, the people of Tokyo. Now, Dan, she's going to have to stay focused here. She's going to have the Italian breathing down her neck very shortly. So she's got to hold it together. She'll be playing the head game here. She'll know that she'll just be knocking this 1.25 kilometres off in bouts of 100 metres. Let's get from this lamppost to the next one. Let's get from this crossing to the next one. Play it, break it down. And there it is. So Plebini still got some work to do, but it could be a really close finish for second and third.
Well, at the moment, we've got a replication of the podium positions for the first two that we saw in Rio. It was Alicia Seeley who's on the way to defend that title she won 5 years ago. Hayley Dance won the silver, but this woman, Melissa Stockwell, won the bronze back in Rio, and it's looking as though she's going to be just shy of the podium. She's got a lot of work to do if she's going to be in chance of keeping it a clean sweep for the USA.
Yeah, about to get lapped here by our race leader, Seeley, Hayley Seeley. And then, so we're going to see 3 Americans on the course, but one will still have a lap to go. But Seeley looking stronger and stronger, looking comfortable, still holding good form, but do not underestimate just how much suffering is going on. You have to have a head like granite at this level of the sport. Wonderful athleticism here from Mateo of Spain. Overcoming adversity at the highest level. The people of Japan certainly will be acknowledging and appreciating her performance.
It does look as though Veronica Plebani will be taking that bronze if she can maintain that pace. Fran Brown has dropped off in the run. She was the leader coming into that second transition. But now Seeley about to lap her teammate Stockwell. And we'll see the teammates if they've got any energy left to give a few encouraging words to each other. Well, here, just getting rid of the cool ice packs that they've been using to keep themselves under their core temperature under control. Seeley, though, has had this race under control. She's bided her time. She's come through when it counted. We didn't see her featuring in the front pack of the swim. We didn't even see her really dominating until the second stage of the run. And now this race has been paced to perfection. The defending champion, the Paralympic gold medalist from Rio 2016, is starting to enjoy the moment. The smile, the grimace is turning into a smile as she sees the finish line tape. and realises she is going to be crowned the Paralympic champion of Tokyo 2020 in the women's triathlon, the PTS2. Alicia Seeley, Paralympic champion for the second time.
That is remarkable. It's one thing winning one, but to defend. But how gutsy has this woman been?
Well, here now, Hayley Dance has really gone from the front of this race. She put the marker down. She set that target for Alicia Seeley. And she has fought every step of this run. She came into the T2 with a lead and hung on for the first couple of laps. But now what a fight it's been to the finish for Hayley Dance. She crosses the line to win the silver medal. Adding to that silver, she won 5 years ago. She congratulates her teammate Alicia Seeley. They've been here before, the gold and the silver, 5 years ago.
That is just wonderful images, isn't it? The two Americans, rivals for an hour and 14, and then great friends. What a story this is, though, for the Italian Plebani.
Veronica Plebani has been probably the most consistent athlete throughout this field today. We've seen her in a medal position for the majority of the race, and we've seen her smiling for so much of the race. She has been really accelerating throughout her career in the last couple of years, and it's all come together for this moment to win the bronze medal at the Paralympic Games. What a special time this is for the young Italian, just 25 years of age, and getting on the podium at the Paralympic Games.
Breakthrough performance for the Italian. Wonderful, wonderful moment for her. And now the tears will flow. All those years, and I imagine she's probably had some testing times as we go back and reflect on history being made from Seeley.
What a race, time to perfection by the American. She'd done it before, she knew what had to be done, but it's been an incredibly tough year. Diagnosed with endocarditis back in July of last year, and only actually returned to training in February of 2021. So it's going to make that win that much more special.
Well, Dan, she can't go home. She gave it everything. All you can do in a situation like this is shake your opponent's hand and go, I was just simply outclassed today. Because, boy, she took it to everyone, didn't she? She really asked questions of Seeley. She really asked questions of Plebani. And I like the fact that Plebani, you know, 4th at the World Champs in 2019, 7th and 8th back in 2017 and 2018. Has podiumed at the European Championships, but what a moment for that breakthrough performance. She would have had times in her career where she would have doubted herself. Some days she would have struggled to get out of bed, but through all the adversity, she stayed true to herself. She's hung tough, and she's rewarded today with her moment in history.
A very special moment for the young Italian. Competed at the Winter Paralympic Games in Sochi back in 2014 in the snowboarding. But it's this one that she'll remember when she'll come onto the podium to collect that bronze.
And we will bring you the medal ceremonies for the men's and women's races. And we've still got 2 more races to bring to you here on day 4 of Tokyo 2020, the Paralympics. As we go back and have a look at more of our competitors, Japanese athlete Hata here, Yukako Hata. And we've got Gabatova of RPC as well. So Yukako Hata, 40 years of age, so remarkable, a real veteran.
Well, we saw the dominance of her swimming skill early on in this event. Led from the start and was first out of transition.
Yeah, she had represented Japan in para swimming. She won a silver at the 2010 Asian Para Games in Guangzhou.
Well, here comes Fran Brown. Really worked hard on this run. She's done so much to improve her running over the last couple of years. She still had to use the run-walk strategy. The heat here really challenging all of the athletes, but still looking so composed. Fran Brown of Great Britain, she had a strong bike, led for much of the bike, but didn't manage to hang on quite enough for the run, but still such an achievement for this athlete. She only managed to complete a full 5K without walking a year ago, and it's been a goal of hers. She has now just completed the triathlon at the Paralympic Games. What an achievement that will be for Great Britain's Fran Brown.
I think there's a lot to like about Brown. She's got really, really good running form. You talked about the struggle to really sort of get on top of this run. 3 years to Paris, look out. The form suggests that if she just continues to do the work, she will get the running results, because her form is simply remarkable, her running form. And don't underestimate that as we look at the courage here of Mateo of Spain. Look at that. You talk about the pain face. There's a great example of it. As we also see here, Veronika Gabatova. So 24 years of age, so relatively young in comparison to some of her fellow competitors.
Just heading through there with a couple of laps to go here. We can see that it's Veronika.
She has been
so once again, the unofficial results in the gold medal position today.
at the World Championships way back in 2014. And managed to pick up a third place at the European Champs in Kitzbühel, as we just confirmed those results for you. So that winning time of 1:14.03, and the third of the Americans coming down now to finish in 5th place.
Stockwell, the bronze medalist 5 years ago, but it doesn't look as though there's any disappointment for Melissa Stockwell. She is reveling in the moment, enjoying every single second of this sprint distance triathlon. Look at that smile. Just delighted to be here representing the USA. She has done so much for the sport of para-triathlon.
Well, it's just remarkable too, you know, Paralympians for the rest of their life. It's one thing getting here, you want to get on the start line. Once that race goes, no one can ever take that away from you. Just listen in here.
You are a hero and you are a champion. Well done on your 5th place today.
And now the courage again of Raquel Mateo Uriarte. Coming down, she'll only have 100 metres left of her journey. Take that last, in fact, one more lap. My apologies. But she will get to have a look up on that monitor. She'll see that finish line, and that'll just drive her home. She'll be now familiar with the 1.25 kilometre course. So mentally she'll be making that adjustment.
Grueling event, the triathlon. And as the time ticks on, the heat will increase here in Tokyo as well. Gabatova, another athlete who's going to be battling with that heat. She'll need to make sure that she's getting in hydration required. And look at Stockwell. Finished her race, but still the capacity, the energy to cheer on her teammates or her competitors, not even the same nation, but it just shows the camaraderie between all of the athletes who compete on the circuit. And so many of them not being able to compete for so long, well over a year for international competitions, for some of these athletes who've just struggled to travel due to the COVID restrictions. And this making the Paralympic Games an even more special moment.
We will bring you later on this morning too the races for those athletes with visual impairments. What they call the PT 1 through 3 and the PTVI 1 through 3. And so that'll be fascinating. They'll have guides and they'll be on tandem bikes. So we look forward to that. And those athletes for the game will be getting plenty of input from their coaches in regards to their coaches observing what they've just seen and relaying, saying, hey, there are certain things we think you need to be aware of.
And 1 lap to go for Yukaka Hara and Yuliati from...
So still a lap to go out on the course for a couple of our athletes in the women's PTS2. We've got Hata Yukako, Veronica Gabitova.
35 minutes away from race start. PTVI coming right up.
Still out on the course, but they'll be getting plenty of encouragement from a very good crowd that have turned up early here in testing conditions. Certainly hope you have enjoyed the coverage of the women's PTS2 and the men's PTS4, the second edition at the Paralympics, and history being written again by Seeley, becoming the first athlete to defend her title. As we go back and look at Hata Yukako, the Japanese will be urging her on. She took up the sport in 2013 in Chiba, Japan, previously a para swimmer. She considered quitting her sporting career after failing to qualify for the 2012 Paralympic Games in London. But she came interested in triathlon after learning people at her swimming club also competed in triathlon events. Her most memorable moment up to this point is winning gold at the 2015 World Series event in Yokohama, Japan.
Well, she came home in 6th place at the Rio Paralympic Games. And it looks as though she'll be able to add another 6th place finish to her Paralympic resume.
I love her philosophy. Everything exists under the same sky. Yeah, well said indeed. And when she's not doing triathlon, her hobbies include fine dining and cooking.
Who doesn't like a bit of fine
No, I
dining?
wouldn't be mind getting invited around to a place, to be fair.
I mean, if you're competing in triathlon, you could probably afford to put in the calories of a few fine dining meals, especially after this performance here today.
So she races for the Canon Marketing Japan Club. And the coach is Tomikawa Masamitsu. Now, another really good performance coming here from Veronica Gabitova. The finish line awaits for Raquel Mateo Uriarte of Spain, Hata Yukako of Japan, and Veronica Gabitova. The 3 athletes still out on the course, as we now see Hata coming into the finish area. And she will get a huge round of applause from all the officials, volunteers out here on the course. Boy, she's represented Japan with real distinction today.
At the moment, you'll see her eyes glance towards the finish line, maintaining that concentration. There we go. She just looked up. She could see the end is in sight. You can see the determination, the pain coming through the face as she makes those final few strides of this 5K run. Body will be screaming, all the muscles working to their maximum, and it's just a matter of, there we go, the grit of the teeth, the grimace turning to a smile as she makes those final few steps and crosses the line in complete exhaustion. 6th place finish for Japan, Hata Yukako. What a strong performance from Paralympic triathlete competing in her home games. That's got to have been inspiration for the last 5 years of training.
Speaking of inspiration, Spain incredibly proud of Raquel Mateo Uriarte. She'll come round the corner and she'll know that she doesn't have long left on her journey. Down this final little bit of a decline, and she can see Veronica Gabitova there just in front of her. And so our last two athletes out on the course will come down. And Veronica Gabitova, my apologies, does have 2 laps to go on this course, so showing plenty of courage. Wonderful, wonderful athlete.
Well, now Raquel Mateo,
46 years of age, and was 8th in Rio de Janeiro, 5th at the World Championships on the Gold Coast in 2018. And she has medalled in the European Championships, which she did in 2018. So she knows what success does feel like. Tough day for her today in very humid conditions. One thing I like about it, every lap we've seen her form hasn't changed.
well, she's certainly got a rhythm, and she's stuck to that rhythm for every stride. Also cycled for Spain, choosing to focus on the triathlon. She makes these final few strides. A full body effort here, every single muscle working. The arms playing a bigger part in this run event than some of the other athletes. And those final steps, and elation, relief, exhaustion for Raquel Mateo Iriarte. But ultimately, smiles and emotions as it dawns on her just what she has achieved.
Oh, it'll be a tough day too. There'll be all sorts of emotions. The fact that you've completed another race, and then did it go to plan? But it's what it means to these athletes. 5 years of waiting, 5 years of adversity at times, and to be able to overcome and to be able to step up on the biggest stage in the world. Very good performance. And so Veronica Gabitova, the athlete, still out on the course. And I tell you what, I know, just knowing my time here in Japan, the Japanese will just be urging her along, really encouraging her. Idyllic conditions. Wonderful images here in downtown Tokyo, day 4 of the Paralympic Games. A really special moment for France on the men's side, United States on the women's side. We'll bring you those medal presentations shortly. Still to come, we have the athletes with a visual impairment racing over a 750 metre swim, a 20-kilometre bike ride and a 5-kilometre run. In idyllic but testing conditions as we come back to Veronika Gabitova, the last athlete out on the course. So much courage, 24 years of age. She resides in Moscow. I love her nickname. She's known as the monster of triathlon. And she is a sociology major out of Moscow State University of Humanities and Economics. She races for the Youth of Moscow Club, coached by Marina Nikitina. She made her international debut in 2014 for Russia at the European Championships in Kitzbühel, Austria. Kitzbühel, of course, known for its downhill ski race, probably. And she holds the Russian sports title, Master of Sport in Para Swimming. Took up the sport in 2014, and her ambition and her goal was to compete here in Tokyo. Well, she's achieving that. She's achieved that. Keep an eye on it. Just 24 years of age, got a big future in the sport.
She's maintained that rhythm throughout the 5K run. She will have paced this distance, trained at this distance for many years. She'll know her body is more than capable of reaching that finish line, and it's now just a matter of concentrating on that stride.
Yeah, it suffers from cerebral palsy, so we've seen a number of athletes, we've seen amputees competing, and so they will classify these athletes based on that level of impairment. So look at this, great from the Japanese crowd here. This is brilliant, wonderful stuff. They love their sport here. They understand what they're watching. They understand the barriers that these athletes have had to overcome to get here on the start line.
Gabitova just looking so focused. Working through the pain that you have at the end of a triathlon. When everything hurts. And you're just doing your best to keep your body moving forwards, getting ever closer to that finish line as she comes through the sprays of the cooling water.
I think she'll be happy that she's on the descent area of this run course. She can just sort of relax a little bit more. Let just gravity take over here. And she'll come around this little left-hand turn and she'll see the finish line, and she would have achieved her ambition of not just competing here in Tokyo 2020, but finishing. Like all the other athletes, she will forever be a Paralympian. No one will ever be able to take that away from her.
Yes, in the PTVI categories here this morning, we'll have athlete introductions coming up in just a few minutes from now. Our technical officials will be in position to get our races underway on time today. So already experiencing a fantastic morning here. We can expect to see
here comes the special moment for Veronika Gabitova. She makes that final corner. And these final few meters to complete her debut performance at a Paralympic Games. That concentration has not faltered. Now it'll be a moment to let all that hard work sink in, knowing that these last few years that have been a struggle for all the athletes trying to get to training, get to competitions, will have paid off.
Veronica Gobotova.
Now she crosses the line, the arms in the air. What an achievement for the athlete from the Russian Paralympic Committee. Exhausted, she has given it absolutely everything.
One more time going out to our
Her body,
gold medalist
nothing
in our
left.
race, Alexis Onkinkon, taking the victory today, the gold medal.
Worked so hard all the way to the end. A great achievement for
And what
Gabitova.
a great race that was today from Uda.
Yeah, keep an eye on this youngster. 3 years from now, Paris. Now, I guess it's been a tough 5-year wait due to COVID, but the benefit is that it's only a 3-year wait now to the next game, so an opportunity for those athletes to possibly continue to build on the momentum. As we just confirm the results, Alexis Onkinkon of France taking the gold medal in the men's. Great performance from Uda Hideki of Japan, the silver. Alejandro Sanchez Palmero winning the bronze, France, Japan and Spain. And then on the, as we just look across this haze here as we confirm those women's results for you. Alyssa Seeley winning the gold medal, defending her title that she won in 2016 in Rio. Hayley Dance, her fellow countrywoman, picking up the silver. And then a breakthrough performance from Veronica Yoko Plavani. Fran Brown, keep an eye on her in 3 years' time. Her running form is good. She just needs time. And I think she'll be a game changer. So this will be the visually impaired athletes up next in both the men's and women's. We'll have PTV1 and PTV2 and PTV3. We will explain the staggers for you. So the lower the number, the greater level of visual impairment. And therefore, they will be set off
In Rio in 2016, we had a women's competition in
based
the PTVI
on
category, but not in the men's. So this is new to Tokyo 2020.
the level of
So the very
impairment
first time that the
to try and make it a
PTVI
level playing
men's
field.
Category is going to be held. So you. In first place in the gold medal and also in the gold medal position, Alyssa Seeley. So congratulations. And the medal ceremony, the medal victories will be coming up at 10 o'clock today.
PTVI 視覚障害のクラスのスタートまで約15分という状況になってきました。
So once again, Mickey, there we are, right in front of the Rainbow Bridge, right here in Tokyo Bay on a beautiful morning. We've already had our first session underway. That was our men's PTS4 and PTS2 for our women. And what great races that we had this morning.
さあ朝6時30分からは男子の PTS4、女子の PTS2 ね、かなりエキサイティングな本当にね、今フィニッシュ競技終了したところですけども素晴らしい競技が行われました。
All right, let's go over and have an explanation of the PTVI in our men's category and the PTVI in our women's category right now.
さあこの後8時30分からは視覚障害のクラス PTVI 男子女子のレースがスタートとなります。
So in our PTVI category in our men's, we can tell you that We have a start with 10 athletes today. 10 athletes will be starting out. We'll have 4 athletes, they'll be getting off to the zero start. Sorry, 6 athletes getting off to the zero start. And then 4 athletes will be starting at 3 minutes and 21 seconds in arrears. Now, when you talk about it, you have severities in VI. So when I say PTVI 1, it is a blind category. PTVI 2, it's in the medium range of impairment. And the least impairment is the PTVI 3. So they will be, the PTVIs will be starting out first, the PT2s and the PTVI 3s will be starting out at 3 minutes and 21 seconds down on our leaders.
さあ PTVI 視覚障害のクラスですけども、全盲のクラス、そして、視覚障害度合い程度によって変わります。そこを今スライドで少し説明させていただきます。
So just explaining that men's PTVI one more time, we're going to be starting out with 10 athletes. Focus on that blue dot. It's all visually impaired. Nothing to do with the arms, nothing to do with the limbs. They are just visually impaired. Now you can see that they'll be riding on the tandem bicycle. Then they'll be tethered up on the run from the hip or from the wrist. And you see that that VI visual impairment.
さあ PTVI は、今回選手とともにガイドと言われるね、伴走する選手と一緒に競技をすることになります。2人ペアで競技を続けます。
In the women's PTVI, it is the same rules as the men's race. They'll be racing together. They'll be tethered up in the swim here today.
さあ女子も男子と同じく視覚障害のクラス、この中にも細かくクラスが分かりますけども、ガイドとともに、2人で競技を行います。この辺りのペアね、呼吸というものが非常にポイントになってきます。
Also on the bike, they'll be riding the tandem bicycles led by a guide today. And then on the run, again, they will be tethered up with a rope or a spongy rope, rubber rope, which will keep them together. They can never, ever be towed around on the run course. They'll have to stay a little bit behind their guide there, Vicky, and make sure that they are making forward progress on their own. So that's it for the PTVI visual impairment. They will be competing with a guide. So let's talk a little bit about our field today. So in our PTVI section, it is going to be very, very closely contested. Kyle Coon and Andy Potts from the USA are going to be in the race for our PTVIs. Then we've got Hector Catala Lepara. He's having a great season this year and looking to do very well here. And then Dave Ellis, don't forget about him. He's a multiple, Paralympian as well, especially in swimming. But this time here, for the very first time, the PTVI men will be taking centre stage.
さあ今ウェルズ選手が、ウェルズさんがね、やはりこれガイドとのペアね、相性も大事だという話をしていました。日本から男子が米岡悟選手、女子が丸敦子選手が出場しますが、ガイドに男子は次回のパリの、ね、オリンピックを目指す椿浩平選手、現役の選手です。そして女子はやはりエリートとして活躍した菊池秀子さんがガイドとして一緒に競技をします。ここにご注目ください。
And then in our women's PTI category, look out for defending champion Katie Kelly from Australia, the gold medalist, and she is back. But don't miss it. This action is going to be on for young and old. It's coming right up. The PTVI men and PTVI women in just moments from now.
さあまもなく視覚障害のクラススタートセレモニー、そしてスタートとなります。ご注目ください。
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the race technical officials of the Tokyo 2020 Paralympic Games. Tokyo 2020パラトライアスロンテクニカルオフィシャルの入場です。 technical team today are technical delegate, technical leader, Panos Nikopoulos from Greece, Melody Tan from Malaysia, Jorge Garcia from Spain, head referee, Shimancho, Ross Capel from New Zealand, medical delegate, medical leader, Dr. Doug Hiller from the United States of America.
The venue is the Odaiba Marine Park. The sport is the sport of triathlon. It is day 4 of Tokyo 2020, the Paralympics, and it is a warm day, 28 degrees, 88% humidity, not a lot of wind. And what wind there is coming from the east. And it is now the turn of those athletes in the sport of triathlon with a visual impairment. And we are so looking forward to this. We've seen some exciting racing earlier this morning. But it'll be the men and the women's. Now, within each race, there will be a different number allocated to the athletes based on the level of their visual impairment. And I will just give you the official para-triathlon classifications for PTVI. That's athletes who are totally blind from no light perception in either eye to some light perception. One guide is mandatory throughout the race. It must ride a tandem bike during the bike segment. A guide from the same nationality and gender is mandatory throughout the run. As we see the athletes now being introduced. And so we just saw Satoru Yonioka Satoru of Japan, and now we've seen Anatoly Varfolomilev of the Ukraine. Kyle Kuhn, one of 2 Americans, and he'll be joined by this man, Brad Schneider, and his guide, Greg Billington. So there we go, former world champion, current world champion 2019. So Spain, 2 representatives, Jose Luis Garcia Serrano. Antoine Perel of France, one of 2 Frenchmen. Rigardo is the second of the French athletes. 3-time world champion out of Great Britain, Dave Ellis. And Jonathan Grolash of Australia. His guide, David Main Waring. And now the introduction of our women's athletes.
2-time world champion, Alison Ziesgood, guided by Nikki Bartlett.
Well, that'll be the British duo, Alison Peasgood, Nikki Bartlett, her guide. First to be introduced. We've got 2 British athletes in this competition. Melissa Reid, being led out by Hazel McLeod, her guide there. Well, next, representing the Ukraine, Vita Alexiuk. Baranovska, her guide. Big waves coming from the French team. Anouk Kurzila. The ice vest on, keeping her cool. And the defending Paralympic champion, Katie Kelly, with a new guide this time, Brianna Silk, for the Tokyo 2020 Paralympics. Susanna Rodriguez, the woman to beat. All eyes will be on her and her guide, Sarah Lower. Been in great form the last couple of years. Canada, Jessica Tuamela, another one who's been improving rapidly over the last couple of seasons. Anna Barbaro, representing Italy. She'll be guided by Charlotte Bonin. Elizabeth Baker. She's teamed up with Gillian Elliott as her guide. And the USA also with 2 teams having a bit of fun there. Amy Dixon, supported by Kirsten Sass.
Well, they certainly get high marks, don't they, for their introduction?
Well, I think Japan have just taken it to the next level there.
Yeah.
At Maro, Atsuko, and Kurito Hideko obviously had practiced that one, I think, in the rehearsal room. And our final athletes representing the Russian Paralympic Committee, Zenia Vibonik and her guide,
Now
Lena Zibova.
we will explain too that you will see a handicap system here on time. So those athletes with a visual impairment of 1 will have blacked out goggles, so they will not be able to see anything whatsoever. Those athletes that are at a level 2 or level 3 impairment, meaning that they do have some sight, will start 3 minutes 21 back, because clearly they are in greater control in terms of their own destiny, in terms of getting around this course. So thus, we see some athletes starting 3 minutes 21 after other athletes, as we just confirm that start list for you. Both the men's and women's.
You might notice the time difference for the women a little bit longer, 3:48 compared to 3:21, the handicap, and that's due to the fact the women's race just takes a little bit longer. So it's all in ratio to the overall estimated finish times.
And just to reassure you, those athletes that do start first, as we said, they will have blacked out goggles so that they will have zero sight throughout the swim. They'll be relying on feel, and they'll be relying on the communication, which will come through touching, etc., from their guide. And so this is an awful amount of courage required here, a lot of belief in your guide. Kohei Yonioka Satoru, the Japanese competitor, Tsubaki Kohei, will be his pilot. 750-metre swim, 1 lap, followed by a 20-kilometre bike, which will be 4 laps of 5 kilometres, and then a 5-kilometre run, 4 laps of 1.25. A lot of waiting, a lot of nerves, but not too far away from a start. And just the first time this event for the men has been staged at a Paralympic Games. So these athletes making history, creating history, writing a new chapter in the sport. So still got about a minute and a half to the start. Very warm conditions. There's a certain water temperature below 22 degrees, and you start to put athletes into wetsuits. That is not the case here. And so we will have this group of athletes starting, and then we will have a further 4 athletes and their guides starting 3 minutes 21 back. Those athletes that fall into the visual impairment number 2 category. So there'll be a lot of work done here between these athletes. Set for a start, gold medal up for grab. Men's PTV 1 through PTV 3. Set for a start. Odaiba Marine Park, the venue. 5 years of waiting. It's about to come down to this moment.
On your marks.
And we do get away. And now, like all athletes, this is about having to stay in touch. You will see their guides next to them, and really it's about just touching each other. Trying to keep the guide's job is to do the sighting, to keep it nice straight line and get from point A to point B as quickly as they can.
Well, you see the women are setting off 1 minute after the men for the initial starters, and then the second wave will have that corresponding time. Like we said, slightly different, the gap between the first wave of women to the second wave of women compared to the two male waves. But we'll explain as we go, and it's the women who are starting just 1 minute after, and this will be the PTVI ones that will be going off first.
On your mark.
And they have been set off, and amongst them will be one of the favourites to win this race, Susana Rodriguez, the Spanish athlete who has recently been moved from a PTVI 2 down to a 1 as her eyesight has worsened over the last couple of seasons.
I've got to say, I think the women got the better start here. Certainly, this is really, really nice from all the athletes, the way they are staying in that straight line, really got great cohesion with their guides. As we now go back to the front of the men's race. And look at that, working nicely together. Number 624, that's Brad Schneider, alongside of his guide, Greg Billington. So it's the United States with the early lead. And noticing that it's the guide that is lifting the head every 2 to 3 strokes, just making sure that they are staying in a straight line. Wow, that is just remarkable. All of these athletes have just such cohesion with their guides. As you look up the course there, they are as straight as an arrow. Just showing the amount of work and trust that they have in each other. A little bit of a gap having opened up, and in fact that's that women's race that started a minute back there. Absolutely idyllic conditions, a fast swim.
That's a wonderful view of you see the streamlining of the athletes as the second wave, the PTVI 2s and 3s, get ready to start. 3 minutes 21 seconds, the gap that has been given to the PTVI ones, the advantage. And it will be the second wave of men who are just a minute or two away from starting the chase.
Yeah, so they will be allowed to be a little bit more, they'll be a little bit more confident, and therefore they'll probably be a little bit more, have more fluidity technically. However, they still have a major visual impairment and will still require good communication and a lot of work from their guides as well. Fascinating dynamic. We are underway now for the second group of athletes, those with a visual impairment 2 and those with a visual impairment 3. And so 3 minutes 21 down, and you can automatically see just how much more aggressive those swimmers are. Really high arm turnover, a lot of kick coming off the back here, going out very, very fast indeed. And those athletes at the front will be the PTV3 athletes. And we've got 2 gaps automatically opening up. And really important that the guides or the athletes, based on their level of sight, look both left and right to see what is happening around them. You want to try and get on the feet, you want to try and get on the hip of another swimmer. And the only way you can do that is by being spatially aware of what is going on around you. You don't want to be breathing just to one side, only for something to be happening on your left side. About trying to conserve energy.
The 6:05 of Katie Kelly, the defending champion. One of those in this chasing group. 3 minutes 48 seconds, the gap between the PTVI ones and this chasing group of the 2s and 3s. As they wait for the starter to bring them under his orders. It's tense. Final few seconds
On your mark.
before that adrenaline can be put to good use, and now all nerves will automatically disappear.
Well, you'll see a much higher arm turnover early on. They're really just trying to get clear here. They'll use all their 200 metre, 400 metre speed in the pool. At some point they will look to try and lengthen out. Now, interesting to see that the swimmers closest to the bottom of your picture, everyone now starting to come across. So those that started on the left-hand side are going to have to cover just a little bit more territory. We are starting to see what we call that diamond formation. 1 athlete out in front, 2 athletes generally then on that person's feet, 3 behind those 2, and you start to see almost a pyramid type shape. And these are the athletes that they will be looking to try and chase down. The athletes that started, in the case of the women's, 3 minutes 48 ahead, and in the case of the men's, 3 minutes 21 ahead of their athletes with a much higher level of visual impairment. Real test, and it's been interesting. We see the aerial view there, so our leading men have had to make that what would be a right-hand turn for them, and then go across and then take another right-hand turn, and they're making their way back into Odaiba Marine Park through the 750-metre swim. And just how good is the American pairing of Brad Schneider and Greg Billington? Look, fantastic swim.
Well, they've certainly made the most of the clean water out in front, and you're swimming with a guide. You haven't got that visual input of the other swimmers around you. Clean water is going to be the best bet here. They can find their own stroke, swim their own race from the front and stay out of trouble.
Well, but just to put this in context, so Brad Schneider, PTV1, so he has no sight whatsoever in the swim. They wear blacked out goggles to make sure that it is 100% level playing field. And so to be able to swim with so much fluidity and have so much faith and trust in Greg Billington means they have spent an awful lot of time together in the open water. We keep saying this, we'll talk about it throughout this race. Show your body in training what happens on race day, down to the smallest details. The fact that they're racing at a certain time of the day here in Tokyo. Practice swimming at that time of the day. Set your race up. We know the first 250 metres is going to be fast. When you're doing time trials in the pool, do the first 250 metre fast, then look to lengthen it out, then look to be a bit more even, knowing that possibly the last 100 metres you're going to pick the pace back up again. So all of these little things come into play. We're dealing with very, very small percentages, so you need to be able to take control of the things you can control.
Susana Rodriguez already out in front at the early stages. She's in that front group, so the chasers will have 3:48 to make up. She's certainly going to be one we need to keep an eye on throughout this race.
And so the gaps are that you are seeing, it's not a case of some athletes being outstanding swimmers and some athletes being, you know, maybe swimming not their strength. It's a simple case that we are seeing the handicap system in terms of the timing coming into play here. But you can just see where they exit the water, and so our athletes out in front.
今回 PTVI 視覚障害のクラスはガイドとともにレースを進めます。
Just saw a glimpse of the water temperature there, 30 degrees. So these athletes are going to be heading out onto the bike having already got very hot, and your body struggles to cool down when you're in the water because you don't have the air to take away that extra heat. So when they're swimming at an intensity for 750 metres, the warm water is really going to play quite a factor here.
Well, the factor will be too, when you get on that bike, you need to be on your drink bottle. You need to be on your hydration system early. People think that you don't sweat in a swim, but you do end up losing a lot of fluid in a swim, particularly in these warmer conditions. So our lead men, it is still the American Brad Schneider. Really nice form. Swimming is what we call a taught sport, so it's governed by good technique, and I always like to use the analogy, it's like a golf swing. You can play all the golf in the world you want, but unless you've got good technique and a good swing, you're never going to shoot a low score. Swimming's the same. You can do all the swimming you want, you'll be swim fit, but you won't be swim fast unless you're technically very good. And it is tough for the triathletes because they tend to do a lot more cycling and running, so the legs can feel heavy at times. And when you've got heavy legs, you can tend to drop your hips a bit more, and that creates drag. So really important that they do use their legs, that they do have that, bring that kick into play. And these two athletes are not going to be too far away from exiting this swim. So it is Brad Schneider and Greg Billington of the United States.
Sticking incredibly close together, so Schneider can feel exactly where his guide Billington is.
And now this is the hardest part on the horizontal, non-weight bearing sport. And now they're going to have to stand up and get into the vertical. Heart rate's going to go up another 10 beats here, and you're going to feel a little bit shaky. And you are going to see the pain face go on. Or I actually call it the ugly face. It's been with the greatest term of endearment. just because you are grimacing. And great job being done by his guide here.
Well, without the perception, the visual perception as well, that orientation making it that much more challenging, going from feeling the water to suddenly having no idea of what's around you. But it doesn't look to be stopping Snyder. This looks a well-rehearsed setup here.
Well, like anything, isn't it? We know the importance of the transition. This is the fourth dimension in the sport. In fact, the fourth or fifth dimension of the sport, because we've got the nutrition side of it, but you've got the transitions. This is an area you need to rehearse, you need to practice a lot. So it'll be Billington who will be the pilot, Brad Schneider the athlete.
Well, you could see Billington just having to guide Schneider to where the helmet was waiting, but it was all laid out exactly so Schneider knew what to pick up first, glasses on, then the helmet.
Now 6:21 is the Japanese athlete, Yonioka Satoru, his guide Tsubaki Kohei. So great swim from Japan, and this will get the crowd here excited. And then we've got Jose Luis Garcia Serrano, and that time gap is Serrano comes out of the swim in a time of 11 minutes 53 versus Brad Schneider 10 minutes 35. So Schneider has about a minute 15 lead over Yonioka Satoru of Japan, and then a further 3 seconds back to Jose Luis Garcia Serrano. And we're seeing Kyle Kuhn, the second of the Americans, exit the water in a time of 12:09. And our time system's also telling us that Antoine Perel of France has come out of the water in a time of 12 minutes 23.
Well, here's some of the athletes needing a little more assistance from their guide, others experienced and able to find all of their kit as required. And you can see Andy Potts trying to guide Kuhn to where his pieces of equipment are, waiting on the bike, the helmet, the glasses, blacked out glasses that the athletes in the PTVI 1 must wear.
Yeah, onto those aero bars quickly too. They'll have what they call a mounting line. They cannot mount their bikes inside a transition. They will pick up time penalties, as we see the British pairing now come out of the water here of Dave Ellis and Luke Pollard. So carrying Britain's hopes. Time of 13 minutes 11.
Well, Ellis, I think, leading the group of those chasers, so they've already eaten into that deficit that they had to wait by quite a significant amount. But our first women also at Susana Rodriguez. Such a strong swim for the Spanish athlete. Canada still in touch, though. Tremela and her guide, Hogan, hot on the heels of this Spanish duo as they find their rhythm through T1.
Well, just to re-emphasise the importance of the transition here, we saw a lead change in the men's race with Jose Luis Garcia Serrano actually exiting ahead of Yonioka Satoru of Japan. It was the Japanese athlete who actually came out of the water in second place. So you can make up time, you can pull back time in transition.
And communication is vital when you're working with a guide. See, verbally, you could see there Sarah Lohr just speaking to Susana Rodriguez, explaining what's going on, what we're doing, checking she's ready. And when it comes to riding a tandem, well, that is another skill altogether.
Yeah. Just having a look at the Ukrainian pairing of Anatoly Varfolomiev and Konstantin Vichkanov. They're on their journey. But you mentioned Kyle Kuhn. He's got the great Andy Potts swimming with him, the Americans. Andy Potts, one of the great triathletes, one of the best athletes in the world back in his day. And so what an athlete to have alongside of you for Kyle Kuhn, drawing upon all of his experience. As we see more and more of our swimmers exiting the swim, and we go back to the front of what let's affectionately call it at the moment, the bike race, or the race, and it is still the United States of Brad Schneider and Greg Billington who lead this visual impairment class of this para-triathlon Tokyo 2020. And it's not dissimilar setup to what we see for those athletes without a guide, without a pilot, deep carbon rimmed wheels. And I see the disc brakes are on too, which is an innovation. A lot of bikes will still have what they call the rim brakes, the rubber rim brakes. But the disc brakes mean that you don't have to squeeze the brakes as much. They do kick in a lot quicker.
We can see those swimmers that had that deficit at the start still closing it as they come to the latter stages of that 750-meter loop. But here we'll start to see some of the men and the women alongside as the races establish themselves and those gaps between the two different levels of impairment start to close.
And again, just a reminder too that there is no drafting out here on the course today, so you'll see a lot of triathlon in the summer games where men's and women's races will be draft legal. They'll ride in bunches, which creates a different dynamic. Here you are out on your own. You must keep that 10-metre gap, and what we like about this, it's the old form of the sport. It basically really means that the athlete who's the best across 3 disciplines is ultimately going to share in the spoils, where sometimes in the drafting format, well, it can come down to really just a pure running race at times if it can be a bit pedestrian on the bike. Straight out time trial here. So really important they communicate. They'll be talking to each other, saying, look, we've got 300, we've got a 180-degree turn that we need to take. So, hey, we're just going to tap on the brakes here. Just be aware for increases in acceleration, deceleration.
We're going for a very high cadence, this duo, and that's obviously going to have to be agreed upon beforehand from the training they've done. But then when a gear change does happen, the guide will have to speak to their athlete and just to give them that warning ahead of time, and also to be hearing from the athlete as to what gear, well, you know, what they're feeling like, how their legs are doing, whether they want to run a higher gear, so slightly lower cadence but putting out that harder effort through the legs, or going for the high cadence that we're seeing from the duo here.
Also like the way Schneider here too, what he wants to do is you want to have your pilot being a slightly bigger body as well. That creates for better aerodynamics. You can just basically almost rest your head on your pilot. And so that's a really good example of it. Seeing the athlete at the back sitting lower, therefore that wind going straight over the top. And don't underestimate the importance of aerodynamics. Aerodynamics will kick in at 17 kilometres an hour. Really, really good. You can clearly tell that they have spent a bit of time in the sports science labs doing a lot of aerodynamic testing. So they're about to come in and complete their first lap already. The first of 4 laps, 20 kilometres in total, 5 kilometres per lap. So looking very good, Brad Schneider, Greg Billington. Total time 19 minutes and 5 seconds as we go back through the men's course, through the men's field.
Well, you can see the athletes standing out of the saddle, and that again requires a lot of coordination and communication between the athlete and the guide. It all needs to be in sync. Obviously your feet have to move at the same time. That can't be changed on a tandem. The chain is fixed and it's connecting both of the pedals and the power going through one drive chain. However, standing out of the saddle, you want to do that together and come up at the same time, go back at the same time, just to make it that much smoother and to help not wasting any power, but also keeping the bike running smoothly.
Pedro Jose Oruja Batista is the guide here for Jose Luis Garcia Serrano, the Spanish athlete, and he's a very good bike rider. You can tell he's sort of has those knees coming up and almost just coming across the top tube of the bike. Don't underestimate the technical abilities of bike riders. You can often tell an experienced bike rider from an inexperienced bike rider by simply the way they do turn the pedals. They're subtle, but really, really good form from the Spanish pairing. Interesting, they've gone with the full disc on the back, so they'll probably be pushing a slightly bigger gear here, trying to maximise the power out of the aerodynamics of that wheel. And a deep carbon rim wheel on the front. And it's not a bad wheel choice either, considering there is no wind on the course. Sometimes when you get a lot of crosswinds, you don't want those deep rim carbon wheels or the full discs because they'll act like a sail. But challenge coming now from the Japanese pairing too, who came out of the swim ahead of the Spanish pairing. So nothing in it between Spain and Japan, but it's still the Americans leading.
Rodriguez really putting the power down. This Susana Rodriguez, like we mentioned, had just been moved down to the PTVI 1, so going out in that front group, and as a result it's going to make the Spanish athlete incredibly hard to catch. Coming out of the T1 just 8 seconds ahead of Canada, Jessica Tuamela. But I think when we get the next update after lap number 1 on the bike, that gap could well have opened.
Yeah, fascinating battle already. Now, sometimes you'll come out of that swim and for whatever reason you just might not feel quite as good, but you've got enough time to come right here. And often you'll ask your athlete, look, I might just need to try and pick the pace up a little bit. And sometimes just getting your heart rate a little higher, you can come right. Sometimes it's a case of saying, look, I'm really, really struggling. You've just got to hope that you're going to come right, draw upon that experience. But they've got to also be talking to each other about the hydration side of it. I want to take a drink now. I'm going to take one hand off the bars to do that. And therefore the pilot then needs to make sure they are just aware of counterbalancing the bike, because it is very warm here and you need to be drinking, you need to be eating.
You can hear the shouts coming from the pilots, the guides, to their athletes. Let them know when there's a corner coming, when you've got a sharp 180-degree bend. Obviously, then the athletes want to have their outside legs straighten, the weight going through the outside leg to help keep the bike balanced and maintaining that speed, that momentum that they've built up going into the turn. All of this will have been practiced in training, but the communication will be just to let the athlete know what is approaching.
Really, really good discipline here from the Canadian Tuamela, because what we're seeing is that position of the head on the back of her pilot, staying aerodynamic, keeping that head down. Now that is not an easy thing to do. Maintaining that discipline for a 20-kilometre bike ride, which will be at least 30 minutes of riding. But if you lift that head up, you're going to sometimes create a little bit of a handbrake. Another really good example too from the Italian pairing.
Anna Barbaro being led by Charlotte Bonin. And they 30 seconds back out of the swim on the leaders, Susana Rodriguez. In the men's race, Snyder, the USA, guided by Billington. These two have been looking at their working at the real top end of effort throughout this bike.
Well, just looking at the time gap, so through the first lap, it was 19 minutes 05 for Schneider, then Garcia Serrano 20 minutes 27, so around about a minute and a half. And then we saw the Japanese pairing 20:33, so only 6 seconds separating second from third. Kyle Kuhn, though, is the athlete. Andy Potts is pilot, 20:45, so he's beginning to make a charge as well. And the first of our PTV3 athletes, those that do have some sight, they started 3 minutes 21 back. They've already closed that gap down to around about 2 minutes. So plenty to look forward to here. Fascinating contest. Interesting to see that what you will notice is that the athlete at the back will have the big chain ring. So the athlete on the front, if you think if the athlete's on the front is setting the tempo and that you've got some sort of advantage, you're not. They are underpowered on the front with that small chain ring. It's the athlete at the back who is dictating the speed, dictating the pace of this race. So it's not a case of saying, well, I've got a guy on the front who's a world-class cyclist and he's going to drag me around the course. You won't see it on this side, but if you look on the other side, if you can just see through there, you'll see the bigger chain ring on the right-hand side for Jose Luis Garcia Serrano. So that there, just let you know that the job of the pilot is simply that, to get the athlete around the course. Yes, they are pedaling, but they are being dictated to by their athlete.
Cornering there, you saw the outside leg just straightened. Just the weight going through the outside of the bike for Rodriguez and her guide. Just waiting for that smoothest line, and the corners will have been practiced as much as possible. Some of these athletes will have struggled to actually meet up with their guide due to COVID restrictions over the last couple of years. Rodriguez is a very experienced para-triathlete indeed, and she'll know what she's doing, whether she's worked with this guide for long or not over the last season or two.
This is smart here from Jamala of Canada, because she's making sure she's grabbing her drink bottle on the long stretches. Possibly might have a little bit of a tailwind behind her. They'll do an environmental scan every lap. Okay, when are we going to have any breeze behind us? When is going to be the best time to grab my drink bottle? You certainly don't want to be doing it through a technical part of the course. You want to be able to do it when you can feel like you're in a straight line, that you're in a rhythm. An interesting, different setup again, not quite as deep carbon rim wheels. Everyone will be slightly different. Means you can sometimes come out of the corners just a little bit easier as well. Not quite as stiff, those wheels. Oh boy, look at this race developing amongst our men. We've got 3 teams together now. Now, what are they doing? What are they allowing here? Now, that's a bit deceptive, but they will have to stay apart. Is our understanding of the ruling. It's a non-drafting format.
It looks very close going around that corner, not just for the drafting side of things, but also just for if there's any slight wobble from the bike in front. Tandems are that much harder to maneuver. They take that much longer to react. It's like driving a lorry as opposed to a car.
Yeah, the officials will be smart too. They'll realise there'll be certain points on the course where, look, it is going to come together because everybody's braking. But in a situation like that, it's a really good example of these athletes maintaining the gap there. Why it's a non-drafting race is, again, for safety reasons. These athletes are visually impaired. You cannot have these long aero bars and these long bikes in big bunches. Athletes will crash. They will come down. And so if you do sit on the wheel of another rider, you can actually get, well, in a bunch in a main peloton like you'll see in, say, the Tour de France, you get anywhere up to a 30% drag coefficient. So you just sit there and cruise along. And it's at least 20% sitting on the wheel of another rider in front of you. And thus, they want it to be a level playing field. They want every athlete to have to exert the same amount of energy or the same amount of effort on the bike course. Thus, not just for safety reasons, but for athletic reasons, no drafting.
Well, that bunch we saw were battling for second, third and fourth position. The leaders at the moment still out in front, Brad Snyder. And they're staying out of trouble. Clean road, no chasers to worry about at the moment. Still early days, just the second lap of the 4-lap bike course.
Let's just have a look at how they handle this corner. Yeah, nicely done. Great cohesion. And not too much difficulty getting that cadence back up to speed quickly. Yeah, that's really nice. Pedaling, much higher cadence, so they're not pushing as a big gear. And every athlete will be different in terms of, and what we mean by cadence, we're talking about revolutions per minute, how many times they're pedaling in a minute. You'll see some athletes around about 80 revolutions per minute. That's what we call pushing a reasonably hard gear. Optimum cadence, somewhere between 90 and 100. 95, a lot of athletes these days. You'll hear athletes talking about gear ratios, the gear they're pushing. We'll just have a look here. Looks like they've got a mid-range cog at the back they're using. Big chain ring on the front. So the number of teeth on the big chain ring on most standard road bikes is about 53. And then they'll have a range of smaller cogs on the back that might start at 11. Next one up might be a 12, a 13, 14. And so your gear ratios, you'll often hear them say 53-14, which means probably a mid-range, a big gear, but still not the hardest gear.
perfect unison, getting the angle of that corner. You want to try and ride through the apex. You come out wide, come close to the barrier at the turn, and then come back out wide again, so you can keep it as smooth a turn as possible. And even more so when it's a tandem, it's a longer bike, it's harder to maneuver. So you'll see all of the athletes trying to come out wide, cut through, and come back out wide the other side. These bikes take quite a lot of work to slow them down, but also to speed them up. So maintaining that speed becomes even more important than it would do with a single rider bike.
Now, I can tell you we have had a change in the pecking order. Schneider of the United States, through 2 laps, still leads with his pilot Greg Billington, 26 minutes 15. However, Kyle Kuhn, the second of the Americans, with the great Andy Potts as a pilot, 27.52. So we are seeing Kyle Kuhn beginning to make his move on the bike. He is, however, still around about a minute 30 down on his fellow countryman Brad Schneider.
Well, dominating the women's race at the moment, Susana Rodriguez. Everyone I spoke to said she is the athlete to watch, and they are putting in a dominating performance, her and her guide Sarah Lur. The Canadians were chasing out of T1, and they still are chasing. We'll get an update hopefully on the gap between the leaders and the chasers, Canada. It was the Italians, Anna Barbaro sitting in third. We'll hopefully get a shot of them in just a moment, but it's Jessica Tuamela who comes through another 180-degree bend, keeping her head down the whole way through there, having absolute utmost confidence in her pilot. Well, here are the Italians we just mentioned. Anna Barbaro being led by Charlotte Bonin on the front.
The Italians, the fact that they slightly deeper carbon rim wheel at the back there, they look like they might just be pushing that slightly harder, higher gear. Sometimes when you push the harder gear, you don't turn it over as quickly. So it's trying to find that balance between a nice high cadence and the gear ratio.
You can see Rodriguez just in a slightly more upright position than some of the other athletes, but putting out so much power through those pedals. She's finding the position that's most efficient for her, so it's a balance between being aerodynamic but also being in the optimum position so you can really power down through the pedals. Rodriguez, a strong athlete, opting to be slightly less aero, but really maximising her potential for power.
Well, also too, it will come down, won't it, to the fact that what is the best position? Yes, you want to be aerodynamic, but you've also got to make sure you're comfortable. You've still got to run, and I'll always say this, I still believe triathlon, across most sport, it's still a running race when it's all said and done. You can lose time on the bike, but you can lose a lot more on the run. It's a weight-bearing sport, and it is arguably the toughest physically of the 3 sports. Swimming, toughest technically. So you tend to see a lot of age group athletes really gravitate towards the bike. It's the one they enjoy the most. It's the one they can make the greatest improvements in.
Well, we've just seen in the men's race that there might have been a problem for the British pairing. We haven't seen Dave Ellis for a little while, and it's currently on the stats we're getting saying a DNF. So something might have happened on the bike leg for the Brits, who were starting to make a move up through the field.
Now, the other real evolution here, we've talked about the deep rim carbon wheels and the various gear ratios. There's also now these days the width of the tyres. So historically it used to be 22 mils, and you'd want to put as much air pressure in the tyre as you could, anywhere up to 140 psi. Well, cycling has changed the game, and we're actually seeing riders now riding a much wider tyre, 25, 26 mils, depending on the road surface, and a lot less air pressure in. And it seems counterintuitive, but the science says 80 psi, wider tyre, faster bike. And the frames these days, with the disc brakes particularly, allow for greater width of the wheels. And if you've got the rubber brakes, well, you might be a little bit more limited in terms of how wide you can go with your tyre widths. So much technology going into the sport these days on the cycling side of it. as we still see Schneider, Kuhn, and the Japanese rider of Yonioka. They are your first three out on the road, but Serrano of Spain only further 7 seconds back off that silver medal. They've got some work to do if they're to catch Schneider, who has looked in control from the very start of this race.
Well, they are leading from the front, aren't they? Dominating the pace here and just dictating this race. Well, we've just had an update that the British duo have abandoned the race due to technical issues during the bike segment. Well, that will be devastating for Dave Ellis and his guide, Luke Pollard.
Yeah, shattering, because world champion in 2018, world champion in 2017.
Well, they had bike issues in 2019, hence not managing to defend that title of world champions, but they were the ones to beat coming into this race, and something has gone drastically wrong on the bike segment. Now, tandem bikes do have different technical issues, and there's a lot of power going down through the drive chain, double the power obviously with two athletes, and that can cause problems. So we won't know exactly what's happened, but
yeah,
they have had problems in the past.
Yeah, these bikes, they want to have a lot of stiffness in what they call the bottom bracket of the bike, such as where the pedal arm or the crank connects to the bike. Really good example there, great camera work, and that wants to be nice and stiff. You don't want any movement in the bottom of the frame. Anytime there is movement or flex in the frame, you're losing energy. One thing too they'll be aware of is what they call a chain line. You want to run a straight chain line. You do not want to be in your big chain ring on the front and then on your biggest cog at the back, because it creates too much of a diagonal on the chain, and that is energy you lose. So often you'll see, to correct that, to try and keep their chain as straight as possible, you'll see them drop down into their smaller chain ring on the front and then bring their gear at the back into a harder cog and find that crossover in gear ratios. So all these little things, chain lines, gear ratios, stiffness of frames, carbon wheels, air pressure. It sounds a lot, but it's all about little incremental increases, just grabbing a little bit here, a little bit there.
Hit the brakes, we're going to lean right, tuck your right foot up, get that left crank down, then out of the corner, we're going to power through the transition area. Just like
coming towards the end of lap 3. We'll get an update on the lead and just what that gap is between Spain and Canada. We've seen the Canadian Tuamela stay in touch with the Spanish, and it will come down to the run if there's no dramatic changes.
Well, back out on the men's race. Is this the women coming through transition? The Canadian pairing, I think. Yes, it is indeed.
From Canada next to come through the transition area right now with 1 lap.
Well, there's the update, 43 seconds, so they've lost quite a lot of time to the Spanish. Rodriguez so strong on the bike, and they do just look slightly more in sync. Susana Rodriguez and Sarah Ler. The Italians still in that third place. There we go, 1:04 off the leaders. Just 21 seconds behind the Canadians.
Yeah, it's going to be a wonderful running race, isn't it? It is going to be a fascinating encounter on that run. Who's prepared to suffer the most?
Well, we must keep an eye as well on those chasers. We're seeing Alison Peasgood, Melissa Reid moving up through, set off the 3:48 behind. So we'll expect to see during the bike some of the other riders closing that gap.
Well, Brad Schneider through lap 3, total time of 33:31. And then Kyle Kuhn, his fellow countryman, 35:09. So that gap is 1:40 there or thereabouts, approximately 1:40. But Kuhn is beginning to just cut into that lead. Got to be careful though. You can ride too hard, you've still got to be able to get off and run.
Well, Kuhn might be feeling a little frustration because whether they've been informed of it yet or not, they've actually received a 10-second penalty for placing their equipment outside of the equipment box in T1 in the transition. So that's probably hat and goggles, has to all go in a set box And that's the job of the guide, to make sure that their athlete gets their kit in the right place.
Look, and it happened to one of the Brownlee brothers in the men's triathlon in London back in 2012 too. Johnny Brownlee picked up a penalty, so reputation doesn't mean anything in the sport. You've got rules, you've got guidelines. They understand what those rules are. They're in most races around the country, as we see our race leaders come off the bike. Boy, it's been a quick 20 kilometres, hasn't it, for Brad Schneider, Greg Billington. So now, when they get onto the run here, they'll be connected either by the wrist or by the hip. Now, the guide must stay behind here. They're not allowed to tow the runner at all. So, got to be very, very careful, the guide here, that you're not pulling your runner. And they'll be keeping an eye on that as well. So, there we go. That's a great example of what is expected. Putting your helmet, putting your shoes into those boxes so that you don't pick up the penalty. Now, this is how we're going to see it. So they'll be connected by the waist. Just struggling, got to slow things down. And now Schneider and his guide, Greg Billington, leading this race. Looking like he certainly is an accomplished runner. Got to stay tall. Got to just control the emotions here. As I said, you've got to race the way you train. If you want to go out and run the first kilometre hard, well, make sure you've done it plenty of times in training. You can't train one way and then turn up on race day and expect to run differently. But really good job being done here by his guide. That's great teamwork, isn't it? Just trying to cool that body core down. It is very, very warm. Up around 30 degrees as we see our second team coming through, and this will be the second American pairing of Kyle Kuhn and Andy Potts.
To come into the transition area. Come on, let's put your hands together for Kyle Kuhn and Andy
Well, the
Potts
feet
of the United
out of the pedals and sinking there, opting for a slightly less smooth dismount, but still making sure they're both off the bike before that vital red line, the dismount line. And their feet must be on the floor before that.
It's only around about a minute down that gap as we now see Spain come in. Jose Luis Garcia Serrano and Yoni Oka Satoru of Japan. So it is game on for first, second, third and fourth at the moment. We find out now who has done the work, who has the running form. Been great work here from the Japanese guide. Fantastic. Tsubaki Kohei is the guide. But we see the big form there of Andy Potts, a great athlete in his own right. Kuhn out. Garcia out. Now the Japanese pairing. Nothing in it. We talk about searching for that elusive 1%. Well, this could come down to 0.01% when you add up the time and then look at the time differences.
Well, it's going to be interesting when Kuhn has to serve that 10-second penalty. It'll be on the run at some point. So I'll be informed of that shortly.
Yeah, look, you have to have prepared for that. Often one of the things you can do is when you're in training, and they'll do a lot of their swimming in the pool, and people go, oh, swimming's so boring, you look at the tiles all day, how do you do it? Well, if you've got those long warm-ups, say over 800-metre warm-up, 400-metre warm-up of freestyle, it's a chance to do some negative visualisation. What happens if I do pick up a penalty? How do I deal with it? What is the plan? How is it going to affect my psyche? And there's not a right or a wrong answer, but you should have a plan for it.
Well, at the moment, talking of plans, Schneider is executing his plan perfectly, being guided along by Billington. They've now got into their rhythm. They've got through the tricky part of transition, navigated the hydration they needed, the water for cooling as well that was passed to Schneider. And now it is just the focus for the 5K. You can see the focus there, the guide just having to give Schneider, say, this is a left-hand turn, don't go too wide. You've got to really keep an eye of those barriers that just stick out at the bottom there. Back to the leaders for the women's race as they come towards the end of the bike. Dominating performance. It has not faltered. And you'll see the feet coming out so smooth there. It's got to be in sync. You've got to decide when you're doing the right foot. And in a moment, the guide will call to Rodriguez, right, left foot. Look at that.
Oh,
that was smooth.
That was smooth. If you were judging that, if this was a diving competition, you'd give them 10s, wouldn't you? That was really, really well done. And this is the stuff that you can control. We keep talking about, you can't always control your physiology. You can't necessarily control your height. Sometimes you can't necessarily control your own natural ability. But you can control these things. And so sometimes when you talk about talent, you've got to expand the definition of talent. It's not just how well you swim, not just how well your bike will run. It's coachability, it's putting your time and energy into the little things.
Well,
really good example being done by that Spanish pairing.
Oh yeah, Susana Rodriguez is prepared physically and mentally to come into T2. They will have gone through this, like you say, in their head several times, but also in practice, both out here and also in preparation camps. Let's see how smooth their dismount is. They're opting for the stop, get off first.
Wow.
And then keeping hold of the saddle for Rodriguez, a great way just to be guided into their position. And it'll be interesting the tactics that they take.
Yeah, well, that was really, really smooth again. They are just so well drilled, aren't they? And even looking at that, you just sense both have got great running form. Your guide's got to be a good triathlete in their own right. I mean, you've got to, you know, not an easy job out here, a lot of pressure. You've also got to make sure you turn up and you're feeling good yourself. Let's have a look at the teamwork. Good cohesion again. So those shoes just have elastic laces so they can just pull them on. Never want brand new pair of shoes. You want shoes that you have worn in. But here come the Canadians. So it is game on in the women's race.
A little steadier on the dismounts as they try to navigate to their position as quickly as possible through this T2.
Don't look quite as smooth, do they?
Doesn't quite look as in sync, as though it's not been practiced as many times, whereas this pair, hardly any words needed. You'll notice the headband that Susana Rodriguez is wearing. That's there designed to basically take the heat away from the head. So it's increasing the surface area that the athletes have. You see a lot of athletes using that in Ironman Kona, and some of the other hot conditions. It just acts as a cooling device.
Yeah, and they want anything to try and keep their core strength down. Canadians, though, and we've now seen the Italians come into transition as well. So it is Spain, Canada and Italy in this women's race. And the Italians, could they get out of transition earlier? No, they can't. So Jamala on her way. And here now come the Italians. Then we've got the Australian men in the background as well. I can tell you out on the bike course for the men, we have had Brad Schneider complete a lap of the run in a time of 45.56. And they have a lead now over the Japanese athletes. It's Japan in the men's race that's come through in second. We'll go back to the front of the race on the men's side as we see more and more of the women's teams going through transition. But here is Schneider leading the race. So just over 2-minute lead now. Fantastic, great work being done here by Greg Billington with Brad Schneider. Americans will be enjoying the wonderful support they're getting from the Japanese locals out here, really enjoying this triathlon. First time this particular category for the visually impaired athletes has happened for the men. The sport, of course, became a medal sport at the Paralympics in Rio just 5 years ago.
Well, you'll notice these two running stride for stride, and when it comes to sprinting events for the visually impaired categories, that is essential, but these more endurance events and triathlon, it's not so important, but it does help the athlete to find that rhythm. If you are similar size, you've got similar stride length, and you can work together, it just makes the job of the guide that much easier, but also the athlete, it gives them that little bit more of assistance, sort of feeling the rhythm of their guide next to them.
Yeah, just talking, concentrate a lot on your breathing too, and as you say, if you start to feel like you're fatiguing, think about form, think about running form, stay tall, try and stay relaxed. Thumb and forefinger together like you're holding a twig. Great battle though for second, third and fourth going on. So look at all the teams now. And now this starts to get tricky, all grabbing the water. Chance here for some athletes to maybe surge through that. There is no established etiquette. It is game on. It's how you set this race up. So
Well, the French
fascinating
pair.
battle for second, third, fourth, fifth out on the course. We've got Serrano of Spain, Kyle Kuhn of the United States, Ligaudu of France. But it is the Americans who will come through to complete their second lap of 4. Schneider, he's an architect by profession. And his brother Mitchell swam for Jerry University and was named the 2009 NCAA Division II Male Swimmer of the Year. So clearly, athletic ability runs in the family.
Well, it's here when the athletes are battling, or jostling, I should say, for positions. When you have a pair, the guide and their athlete, and then another two passing, it does get a little trickier. The guide's job really becomes vital to let their athlete know exactly who's where, what distance we have, how far we need to move out. You can just see the Americans there right hot on the heels of the French pair.
Yeah, so the race we've seen at the moment, the athletes in 4th, 5th and 6th are Kyle Kuhn of the United States, Thibaut Ligaudu of France, and Hector Catala La Parra of Spain. There are 2 further groups ahead of them. Outside of Schneider, we've got Yanni Oka Satoru of Japan and Jose Luis Garcia Serrano. So not a lot in it, but definitely at the moment, it is the American Schneider leading the men's race.
Well, we've got a clear lead in the men's race and a clear lead in the women's race. Just a little error from the guide there for Susana Rodriguez. Not quite clear of which channel they were supposed to take as they complete the first lap of the run.
Yeah, they should know that, to be honest. I mean, you can't blame any officials there. They should know that. They'll know that now, and that's the great thing on a multi-lapped run course. You do, like the bike course, get a chance to get a bit of a feel for things, get a bit of an understanding of where the turns are. And this is that time penalty that has to be taken. This is Jose Luis Garcia Serrano. So they're currently in 6th place. They picked up that 10-second time penalty. So they're not in the top 3 at the moment. Sometimes a little bit of a break might not be a bad thing either.
Well, it's a good opportunity to chat with your guide if you need to, reassess, know where you are.
You've also got to be careful, though, that you don't come out and think, well, I'm going to try and make that 10 seconds up, and then sort of put yourself in the hurt box and not be able to recover from it. Back to the front of the men's race. It is all the Americans at the moment. Brad Schneider with his guide, Greg Billington. Now, this is the 3rd lap they are on. They came through that 2nd lap in a total time of 50 minutes, 50 seconds. It's very good swimmer, Schneider's. He won gold, 3 gold medals in the pool back in 2016 in Rio, in the 50 freestyle, the 100 freestyle and the 400 free. And then a further 2 gold medals at the London Paralympics, and the 100 free and the 400 free. So it was the reason he led out of the swim.
Well, in the
Ouch, just rolled the ankle there by the looks of it.
Well, Tuamela, I think, has maybe as a result of that just dropped from the 2nd down into 3rd position. The Italian Anna Barbaro taking advantage of that, moving up into 2nd. Still a long gap, though, to the leaders. Rodriguez.
You just see the heat coming up out of transition here. It is absolutely sweltering. It's the humidity that's getting the athletes. And that haze over the city, that'll burn off. Very warm here in recent days. And saying that, the athletes will be aware of the conditions. I mean, that's a prerequisite of being a lead athlete. Understand what your conditions are going to be. And as we say, go and train in that environment. It's a dress rehearsal, as we see. Brad Schneider with his guide, Greg Billington, coming through to complete their third lap. Look at that, staying nice and tall. That form hasn't changed really from when he started to what we're seeing now, which is a sign that he is feeling good. And you start to see the shoulders drop and the head begin to move a little bit. That's generally a sign of fatigue.
Well, here's our first shot of the British athlete Alison Peasgood just in the back of the picture there, and they've been working their way steadily up through the field. Now up to 5th place. Still a few more laps of running to go for the women's event.
Now what is going through the head now? Now the talking. And I'd imagine the guides are a little bit like caddies in golf. It's more about psychology now. It's knowing when to say something, it's knowing when not to. Sometimes, yes, you want to hear noise, but when you start to get fatigued, when you start under duress, you just want a little bit of quiet. And now, Spain on Spain. This will be Hector Catala-Lapara of Spain in 2nd place in the men's race. Coming past our women's race leaders.
We haven't seen that much of this duo, but they are looking very comfortably, aren't they? Catala just pumping his arms. Face is relaxed. You can see just the movement in his cheeks and just looking very much like a runner in control.
Oh, he's a beautiful runner. Really, really good runner. Catala here. And 57.09, he came through lap 3. So just doing the maths here, he is still around about 2 minutes 20 down on Schneider. And just 10 seconds ahead of this man. We've already seen earlier today in the men's PTS4, the Japanese athlete Yuta Hideki win a silver medal. Very emotional moment for him. So, can Japan make it 2 out of 2 in terms of podiums for their athletes on day 1 of the triathlon program here, Tokyo 2020, the Paralympics?
It's all getting pretty busy out there on the run course now. The athletes, as well as their guides, the men's and the women's, all in jostling for the best line, the best position, concentrating on their race. The guides concentrating on keeping their athletes in the most direct line possible, making sure they're hydrated, making sure they're kept cool.
Well, you're right, and it's so much about now, you know, you are tired, you're suffering a little bit, you start to lose your concentration, you're irritable, almost become a little bit irrational at times. So really good. This is just, these two together have just been simply superb. Their understanding, remarkable right through that swim. I mean, Schneider, you would not know that he swam that entire swim with zero vision. Such was the line that he took. Such was how in sync he was with his guide. He wasn't at any point swimming over the top of his guide. His stroke was never affected at any point. That in itself is a remarkable skill set. And he's not too far away from coming down and winning himself a gold medal. He won 5 gold and 2 silver medals competing in swimming at the Paralympics back in 2012, 2016. One of his hobbies is collecting flags.
You can notice there's something that looks like a necklace. We've seen a few of the athletes wearing. It's basically another cooling device. And these athletes will be using anything they can to try and maintain that core temperature, stop it from soaring too high so they can maintain the pace, this furious pace that they're holding for the 5K.
Clothing very functional these days too, in terms of, yes, providing that tightness and that, I guess, skin suit, but also allowing the athlete to be able to breathe and pushing a lot of the fluid to the surface. A lot of technology these days now, a real problem here for the Americans. They're not going to panic too much, but France just have to also be aware of what's going on behind them. So, ladies and gentlemen, settle back and enjoy all of this, because this is about to be a very, very special moment for Brad Schneider, the 37-year-old who was born in Reno, Nevada. These days results, he lives in Baltimore. He was 6th at the World Championships in Lausanne back in 2019. Well, he's about to come down onto the green carpet in the year 2021 and be crowned Paralympic champion in a simply
and it is the men's PTVI
stunning performance,
going out to the
an
United
absolute
States
demolition.
of America with Brad Schneider and his guy.
Your gold medalist, your Paralympic champion is Brad Schneider of the United States.
The gold medal goes to the United States.
That is a really special moment for both of them, and congratulations to his guide as well, who was paramount in the success today, Greg Billington. Such communication. Look at the friendship. Tell you what, you get a bit teary-eyed here yourself watching it. And now coming down to pick up a silver medal, it'll be the Spanish pairing of Hector Gatala La Parra and Gustavo Rodriguez Iglesias. 33 years of age. What a performance for Katala. They have to keep it going, because here comes the Japanese pairing. Spain, silver medal. And then Yoni Oka Saturo of Japan, a second medal for them here in the triathlon program. Bronze medal goes to the Japanese athlete, Tsubaki Kohei. His guide celebrates, shares in the moment. Such emotion. That is one of the great races for second and third.
And our women's leader just going around one more time. This is Susana Rodriguez heading out for the last lap on the bike. Oh, sorry, on the
And now crossing the line in fourth, it'll be the French pairing of Thibaut Ligado and Cyril Vinois. And then Kuhn, the second of the Americans, crosses in fifth place.
You can see how hard it is. It's not just the athletes, the guides suffering, but joining the celebrations equally. Schneider just showing so much appreciation for his guide. But all the focus will be on Brad Schneider, the new Paralympic champion.
That is phenomenal. From going from a swimmer to taking up triathlon and learning to become that good a runner is not an easy thing to do. As we see the second of the French pairing, Antoine Perel and Olivia Lyon finishing. And then the second of the Spanish teams, Jose Luis Garcia Serrano with his guide Pedro Jose Anjuya Batista.
So once again, let's give it up for Brad Schneider, taking the Paralympic gold medal in the PTVI one class today. Hector Gatala Le Parra.
Gatala having the fastest run split. Looks the goods as a runner. Boy, tell you what, great rivalry developing 3 years from now in Paris. We will have those podium presentations, the medal ceremonies, but we've still got a really, really interesting women's race underway out there on the course.
Well, the women's race leader, Susana Rodriguez, has tired a little on the run, not looking quite as strong at the beginning, but having said that, she is lapping the defending champion from Australia, Katie Kelly. Katie Kelly just not able to maintain that form she had. 5 years it's been since the debut for this event at the Paralympic Games. And in that time, Susana Rodriguez, Spanish athlete, has been able to work incredibly hard across all 3 disciplines. The bike, she was just at one with her guide. We saw all the technical aspects absolutely dialed in. And now it's the sheer fitness, strength, determination in the run. You can see Kelly and her guide using a slightly different tethering system there, actually attached to their tri-suits. And then Rodriguez opting for the hand attachment, and some of the other athletes going around the waist. So completely up to the athlete what works best for them and works with their guide.
Fascinating racing. Just getting the time there too through that lap of the run, lap 3, 1:01. So 1 hour, 1 minute, 31 seconds for Rodriguez. Barbaro of Italy in second place has just come through in a time of 1 hour, 4 minutes and 35. So it's a comfortable lead for Rodriguez with a lap to go. Really just needs to maintain her form here. Can't really see things changing, but still waiting for our 3rd place. In fact, we have seen a change in 3rd place, just according to the timing here. So we've got Kerzelet of France has gone past Tumela of Canada. So elite change for 3rd place, but it's all about this woman at the front of this women's race.
I'm just looking in control, in the same stride as her guide. As they come down that little ramp, chance to get some more hydration. Just 1 lap to go, but you're still using that water to keep cool as much as you are to hydrate. Here they come through. Susana Rodriguez keeping the concentration face on, having a quick chat to her guide. Well, the celebrations already beginning. And Susana Rodriguez is now striding down that blue carpet as she makes her way towards history. What a dominant performance for Susana Rodriguez as she crosses the line to become the gold medalist, the Paralympic champion, and celebrates with Sarala. The 2 of them have worked so hard together, but it was Susana Rodriguez who led throughout this competition, just looked unbeatable and opened up that lead on the bike. They were so strong together. You could see they have worked so hard together, this pair, and then the run, well, they just continue to increase that gap. What a well-deserved gold medal. An impressive performance for Susana Rodriguez, the new Paralympic champion.
Yeah, great form. Looked just fantastic all day. Strong on the bike. Great run. Great to see the medals being spread across so many countries as well.
Sheer exhaustion mixed with elation. The battle is still on for the silver and the bronze, and it's Ana Barbaro who's currently sitting in that silver medal position to come to the latter stages of this 5K. Can she keep it together? Can she hold off a late charge from Anouk Kerzelet, the French woman who's been moving up through the field steadily? Alison Peasgood of Great Britain has also been working her way up through the field. They sit in 3rd and 4th respectively. But it's Barbaro who has been in the silver medal position for much of this race.
Well, her guide will be telling her, look, we're going to take a left-hand turn. We're going to have a little bit of a downhill. Not long to go now. Just work it down, break it down in your head. This is where the psychology comes in. Great crowds. And she'll sense that she doesn't have that far to go.
Well, they were being chased by Jessica Tourmalet, the Canadian who had a strong bike. But the Canadian just dropping off over the last couple of laps on the run and really leaving it open for Italy now.
Well, Barbaro, she's got a great story. Her father took her to a swimming pool shortly after losing her sight. And she said, I began practicing it only like a hobby and as a way of taking my life back. Then step by step, after some swimming competitions, and once I overcame my limits, a passion for triathlon was born because it gives me the sense of freedom by being in touch with nature.
Swimming certainly does give you freedom. Triathlon gives you the best of all three disciplines. Alison Peasgood now working with her guide, Nikki Bartlett. The long stride of Peasgood working their way up through the field, and they have just moved into fourth. But are they going to run out of kilometres to make it onto the podium? But the silver medal is surely wrapped up here for Anna Barbaro. The final few corners onto the blue carpet. A consistent performance here for the Italian. Her guide, Celine Bouzret, picking up the Italian flag, ready for these celebrations. She guides Anna Barbaro towards that silver medal. You can see the coach in the background already celebrating. Barbaro herself, arms in the air. Anna Barbaro, the Paralympic silver medalist, hugging in delight her guide. But here, the bronze medal race is on. Anouk Kurzele has had an incredibly strong finish to this event, but it's going to be a sprint finish as Alison Peasgood, guided by Nikki Bartlett, have the final sprint. Can they close the gap on the French duo? Anna Kurzele of France giving it absolutely everything. Peasgood trying to close her down those final stages, but it's Anouk Kurzele who holds off in what was an incredible sprint finish. Anouk Kurzele of France wins the bronze. Alison Peasgood just missing out, finishing in fourth. Well, that was an absolutely nail-biting finish for the final podium position. Great Britain just missing out, but France rejoicing in that bronze.
Well, that is just wonderful. Look, for Anna Barbaro of Italy coming into this, she picks up a silver medal today, 6th at the World Championships 2018 in Rotterdam. So you talk about a breakthrough performance. You've got to feel a little bit for our next competitor, Tumela of Canada. She took a wee tumble, just didn't quite have the running legs today. Come down and finish in 5th place as the Australians also begin to make their move.
Incredibly strong finishes coming from these women. Tourmalet finding a kick at the end to hold off a late charge from Katie Kelly of Australia. Katie Kelly finishing 6th, not able to replicate the gold.
She cannot believe it, can she? She cannot believe it. Kurzele of France. That is just great. Great for the sport, isn't it? What it means to these athletes. Simply remarkable. And coming into this, well, she'd been 5th at the World Championships in 2019. What a moment to get yourself on the podium. The biggest event in the sport. Not only will be forever a Paralympian, but forever a bronze medalist.
Melissa Reid, bronze medalist in Rio, coming home now in 7th place, guided by Hazel McLeod. McLeod had guided Alison Peasgood at the previous Paralympic Games, swapping to work with Melissa Reid. Katie Kelly not able to back up that performance. Erin Baker looking strong as she comes to the finish, hands in the air. But look at that posture and the run, very collected. She celebrates alongside Gillian Elliott, who guided her throughout the sprint triathlon.
I sense it's going to be a very emotional medal presentation for so many of these teams. What a great moment for Italy. What a year they've had in sport. As the mercury begins to increase here. On day 4 of Tokyo 2020 Paralympic Games, Odaiba Marine Park is the venue, sport of triathlon, which made its debut back in 2016. A wonderful new chapter has been written. New names etched themselves in the history books as we see RPC coming down.
Xenia Febronovic making the final few meters of the blue carpet. Vibronic coming home inside the top 10, a 9th place finish for her and her guide, Elena Zabova. Exhausting in these conditions. Amy Dixon has had an incredible journey just to get here. It's been a very tough 12 months for the American Paralympian. And she said just to get to the start line has been an incredible achievement. She works her way around the run with Kirsten Sass, or the Ukrainian Vita Alexiuk in the final stages of the 5K.
Her goal was to compete here in 2020. Well, she's achieved that goal and she's now finished. So, she's 26 years of age, the Ukrainian. She began the sport at the age of 21, so still relatively young. Big future ahead of here. 3 more years to continue building on that momentum.
The volunteers there ready to hand out that cold water and those cold towels, anything to help get that core body temperature back down and help them with the recovery process.
Boy, absolutely idyllic conditions. It's such a beautiful city, Tokyo. So progressive as we now look at our Japanese athlete, Mario Atsuko, who is 47 years of age, and her husband, Tomohiko Mario, was part of the Japanese para ice hockey team that won silver at the 2010 Paralympic Winter Games in Vancouver. She's competed in marathons before her coach encouraged her to take up para triathlon.
Well, no doubt she will have been encouraged to carry on in the sport with a home games. Maybe the extended year making it a little tougher, and to keep that training up for one more.
手しています。日本のマノアツ選手、そしてもう一人アメリカのエミー・ディクソン選手がまもなくこちらに戻ってきます。
And for Susana Rodriguez, who was another magnificent day as well, she led from the start on the swim course. She got onto the bike over that mountain line and with her guide accelerated away from the field. There was no matching the foot speed of Susana Rodriguez today, putting in a great effort off the bike, then heading out onto the run course. When PTVI did its debut in Rio de Janeiro, she was in fifth place, and today, breaking the tape.
Well, wonderful images coming off the venue here on day 4 of Tokyo 2020, Odaiba Marine Park, for just the second time triathlon at the Paralympics, as we look at the Japanese competitor coming down to finish this race. Plenty of support. Mario of Japan.
Maria Atsuko taking these final few steps, the final few meters before elation can replace that feeling of pain, muscle screaming at the end of a grueling event. Maria Atsuko comes home in 11th place, and now the emotions can start to pour.
And now our final athlete coming down onto victory lane, onto the blue carpet, downtown Broadway.
Oh, what a performance for Amy Dixon. She's had 5 months of chemotherapy leading into this. Gained 40 pounds of fluid, which she's been struggling to manage with capillary leakage. She has to have daily physio to try and keep her body from just swelling up too much, and she's really just been so open about her battle to get here, and to be on the start line is one thing, but to complete this event
and it's
is
tough.
really something
it's
special.
tough too, isn't it, with the running such an important part that you're sort of putting weight on that you can't control, and that makes this performance even more remarkable, and her openness about it, it's great. It just removes some of those barriers to other athletes sort of talking about their struggles as well. So brilliant performance.
Well, she's talked openly about how much of a teamwork it has been, and she will be doing that not just for herself, not just for her family, but for the whole team that have got her to that finish line. Yeah, incredible moments.
Yeah, 3 more years too to sort of, you know, again, hopefully be able to get on top of some of those medical issues. And yeah,
more fun than someone should be allowed to have.
There you go, brilliant. More fun than someone should be able to have.
That's pretty fun. Amazing. Oh, with my best friend. My best friend. Oh, I love you! USA! Woo, baby! Can we go do that again? That was fun.
There you go, wants to win that spot prize and go back and do it again. Okay, so look, we will bring you medal presentations shortly. It's been a remarkable day, though, on day 1 of the triathlon program, on day 4 of Tokyo 2020, the Paralympics. It's been a really good day for France, picking up the gold medal in the men's PTS4. The United States on the women's side in the PTS2. As we just confirm those results for you for the PTV1. And it'll be the United States, Spain and Japan that will receive the medals. You'll see the slight difference in numbers there, VI1, VI2. There was a staggered start based on this, the level of visual impairment, so it was a level playing field. And there are those results on the women's side, Spain, Italy and France. Wonderful performance from Rodriguez. Really just dominated from start to finish. Time of 107.15. Great to see so much depth too, and so many countries represented. And hopefully the legacy for a lot of these athletes is inspiring that next generation. And those athletes that might have finished outside of the medals, well, maybe in 10 years' time when they see one of their fellow countrymen or fellow countrywomen picking up a medal, it might have been their performance today that inspired that athlete. So we go back and look at some of the highlights. Wonderful images, been a really historic day for the sport of triathlon. It's an old cliche, but very much para-triathlon. Triathlon itself, the winner, along with a number of different nations. And we are not too far away from bringing you those medal ceremonies. A number of different national anthems will ring out around the venue here. Odaiba Bay, downtown Tokyo.
We go hide away in daylight. We go undercover, wait up the sun. Got a secret side in plain sight. Where the streets are empty, that's where we run. Everyday people do everyday things, but I can't be one of them. I know you hear me now. We are a different kind. We can do anything. We could be heroes.
Ladies and gentlemen, the victory ceremony for the Triathlon Women's PTS2. 皆様、ただいまよりトライアスロン女子 PTS2 の表彰式を行います。
It's now time to
Please welcome the medalists.
bring on the medalists for the women's para-triathlon event, the PTS2. And it has thoroughly been dominated by the United States of America. Gold and the silver will go to the USA. They didn't quite manage to replicate the 1, 2 and 3, the full podium clean sweep they had 5 years ago in Rio. Still an impressive performance for the United States. Italy on the podium in this event for the first time. Young Italian Veronica Yoko Plebani
メダルの贈呈は
having an incredible
Mr.
day.
Andrew Parsons, President of the International Paralympic Committee. 国際パラリンピック委員会会長
Andrew Parsons waving to the crowd and the supporters, the IPC President, International Paralympic Committee
President and CEO
President.
of the
And you can
ASICS
see the giveaway sign there of the ASICS logo.
取締役社長
Hiroto Yashito, the ASICS President, will be joining
Bronze medalist
Andrew Parsons and
representing
presenting the
Italy.
medals.
銅メダリストイタリア Veronica Yoko Plebani.
An incredible performance by Veronica Yoko Plebani, the Italian athlete, taking the bronze. And what a lovely moment there by Alicia Seeley, the gold medalist, just stepping forwards to present the medal to her fellow competitor. We've seen some wonderful moments throughout these Paralympic Games. And some incredible friendships demonstrated in the sport of para-triathlon. What a performance.
Silver medalist,
Fourth at the World
representing
Championships,
the
now
United
bronze
States of America.
at the Paralympic
銀
Games.
メダリストアメリカ合衆国ヘイリー・ダンス
A silver medal for Hayley Dance from the USA. And now Veronica Plebani taking a leaf out of the book set by Alicia Seeley as she presents the medals. The silver medal to Hayley Dance, a second silver medal. She won the silver 5 years ago and she's managed to replicate that performance. And what a gutsy performance it was. She led for so much of the race. Just couldn't quite hold off the strong
Gold
run
medalist and
by her
Paralympic
compatriot,
champion representing the United States of
this
America.
woman here.
金メダリスト
The new
および
Paralympic champion.
チャンピオンアメリカ合衆国アリサ・シーリー
Alicia Seeley from the USA, the gold medalist and the Paralympic champion. And her teammate Hayley Dance will do the honours, presenting the gold medal to her teammate Alicia Seeley, the defending Paralympic champion. This event only the second time at the Paralympic Games, and Alicia Seeley has won both of those titles.
Ladies and gentlemen, the national anthem of the United States of America. 皆様、アメリカ合衆国国歌の演奏です。 Ladies and gentlemen, the Paralympic medalists. 皆様、パラリンピックメダリスト。
Tears and smiles. All of the full spectrum of emotions on the podium here and throughout the women's PTS2 para triathlon. Alicia Seeley welcoming Hayley Dance on her right and Veronica Plebani on her left, in for a group medal hug. What a day for the United States of America, the gold and the silver. A wonderful performance for Italy, making it onto the podium.
When I was 6 years old, I broke my leg. And I was running from my brother and his friends, and tasted the sweet perfume of the mountain grass I rolled down. I was younger then. Take me back to when I found my heart, broke it here, made friends and lost it through the years. And I've not seen the boring fields in so long. I know I've grown, but I can't wait to go home. I'm on my way, driving at night down those country lanes, singing to tiny dancer. It's the way you make me feel. It's real when we watch the sunset over the castle on the hill. 15 years old, smoking and rolled cigarettes, running from the loft to the backfields and getting drunk with my friends. Had my first kiss on a Friday night. I don't reckon I did it right, but I was younger then. Take me back to when we found weekend jobs, and when we got paid, we'd buy cheap spirits and drink them straight. Me and my friends have not thrown up in so long. Oh, how we've grown, but I can't wait to go home. I'm on my way, driving at night down those country lanes, singing to tiny dancer. And I miss the way you make me feel. It's real when we watch the sunset over the castle on the hill. Over the castle on the hill. Over the castle on the hill. One friend left.
Now the medal ceremony for the men's PTS4.
By the coast,
A wonderful race and a really special moment coming up for the nation of France, Japan and Spain.
one's already on the second wife, one's just barely getting by. But these people race me, and I can't wait to go home. And I'm on my way. I still remember these old country lanes when we did not know the answers. And I
Ladies and gentlemen, the victory ceremony for the Triathlon Men's PTS4。皆様、ただいまよりトライアスロン男子 PTS4 の表彰式を行います。Please welcome the medalists. メダリストをお迎えください。The medals will be presented by メダルの贈呈は Mr. Andrew Parsons, President of the International Paralympic Committee 国際パラリンピック委員会会長 Accompanied by 続きまして Mr. Yasuhito Hirota, President and COO of the ASICS Corporation 株式会社 ASICS 代表取締役社長 COO Bronze medalist representing Spain. 銅メダリスト Spain. Alejandro Sanchez Palomero.
Wonderful moment for Alejandro Sanchez Palomero, a bronze medal to go with the 3 silver medals he's won at World Championships back in 2015, 2016, and also on the Gold Coast in 2018. A very, very impressive CV. 34 years of age.
Silver medalist representing Japan. 銀メダリスト日本
Hideki Uda, very emotional when he crossed the line. Breakthrough performance for him. He had 3 fourth places at World Championships 2017, 2018, 2019. What a time though to get that breakthrough. A silver medal today for the 34-year-old. Couldn't control his emotion when he crossed the line.
Gold medalist and Paralympic champion representing France. 金メダリストおよびパラリンピックチャンピオンフランス Alexis Hankin-Kwon.
Alexis Hankin-Kwon, 3-time world champion, and now he adds Paralympic gold to his resume. The most dominant athlete in his class, led from start to finish. What a moment for the Frenchman. And now the national anthem of his country will ring out around Odaiba Marine Park.
Ladies and gentlemen, the national anthem of France. 皆様、フランス国歌の演奏です。
Alexi
Ladies and gentlemen,
Hankikon,
the Paralympic medalists.
Uda Hideki, and Alejandro Sanchez Palomero, your 3 medalists in the men's PTS4 triathlon Paralympic Games Tokyo 2020. Wonderful camaraderie. Early this morning it was anguish across their face. Now it's one of elation, one of relief. Life-changing moments. All 3 wonderful ambassadors for the sport of triathlon and for their countries.
We're about to have the victory ceremony for the women's PTVI para triathlon in this wonderful setting of the Odaiba Bay Marina. Less than an hour ago, the athletes were battling it out. Lovely flat water, very little wind, perfect conditions for a triathlon.
Ladies and gentlemen, the victory ceremony for the Triathlon Women's PTVI. 皆様、ただいまよりトライアスロン女子 PTVI の表彰式を行います。
As expected, it was an incredibly exciting race as the athletes lined up with their guides.
Please welcome the
Guides
medalists.
now joining them
メダリストをお迎えください。
as the three medalists make their way towards the podium, having probably only just recovered from what was a grueling, fast-paced race. An exciting one for us to watch. No doubt a nerve-wracking event to be competing in. Celebrations for the teams of France, Italy and Spain. A full European podium in this women's event. I think we might see some emotions coming from the French team. If the finish line was anything to go by.
The medals will be presented by メダルの贈呈は Miss Marisol Casado, President of the World Triathlon. ワールドトライアスロン会長
Casado, the only female president of a summer sport international federation.
Mr. Masaaki Takei, Mayor of Minato.
She's joined by Taki Masaki.
Bronze medalist representing France. 銅メダリストフランス Anouk Courgelat and her guide Céline Beausoleil.
Anouk Courgelat was just inconsolable with joy as she crossed that finish line. You didn't need to understand French in order to know the emotions and just what that performance meant. And now Anouk Courgelat presents the bronze medal to Céline Beausoleil, her guide. It shows how much the importance of the relationship between athlete and guide plays such a role. But they came in ranked 11th in the world. Anouk Courgelat, the best performance she'd had was the 4th place at the European Championships 2 years ago. Only started the sport back in 2015, and now she finds herself standing on a Paralympic podium. What a very special moment for France and for Céline.
Silver medalist
Beausoleil.
representing Italy. 銀メダリストイタリア Anna Barbaro. Charlotte Bonin.
Anna Barbaro, arms held high, joined by her guide, Charlotte Bonin. The 3rd Paralympic Games appearance for Anna Barbaro. She won 2 bronze medals at the European Championships. She's gone one step higher on the podium at the biggest competition of her career to win this silver in the PTVI at the Paralympic Games here in Tokyo.
medalist and Paralympic champion representing Spain, 金メダリストおよびパラリンピックチャンピオン、スペイン、Susana Rodriguez, Sarah Ler.
Well, if you wanted to see a gold medal performance, you needed to watch Susana Rodriguez from the start of this race through to the finish. The new Paralympic champion absolutely dominated. She won the World Triathlon Paris Series in Yokohama in 2019 and has been unbeaten since then, and you could see why. She won this event by almost 4 minutes. Supported very much by her guide, Sarah Ler. An impressive athlete throughout all 3 disciplines. She competed at the World Championships in athletics for the 1500 meters, which will describe and explain the reason for that strong running form we saw right the way through to the end. What a performance by Susana Rodriguez, the new Paralympic champion.
Ladies and gentlemen, the national anthem of Spain. 皆様、スペイン国歌の演奏です。Ladies and gentlemen, the Paralympic medalists. 皆様、パラリンピックメダリストです。
What a race that was. The power on the bike, on those tandem bikes. The reliance of the athletes being guided by these strong partners. And that's why the guides are awarded a medal as well. They play a big part in the athletes' performance. And it's been a tough couple of years. Some of the athletes not able to work closely with their guides like they'd be used to. And it all came together on the day when it counted for Susana Rodriguez, the newly crowned Paralympic champion. Special moments and great celebrations will be held with the teams of Spain, Italy and France. Second medal of the day for Italy.
Medal ceremony up next for the men's PTV1, those athletes with a visual impairment.
Ladies and gentlemen, the victory ceremony for the Triathlon Men's PTVI. 皆様、ただいまよりトライアスロン男子 PTVI の表彰式を行います。Please welcome the medalists. メダリストをお迎えください。The medals will be presented by メダルの贈呈は Dr. Deborah Alexander, Governing Board Member of the International Paralympic Committee, 国際パラリンピック委員会理事 Accompanied by 続きまして Mr. Kazuya Kiyohara, Chairman of Minato City Council, 港区議会議長Bronze medalists, representing Japan, 銅メダリスト、日本、悟米岡、has got 浩平椿。
Wonderful moment for this man out of Japan. A bronze medal in a very, very good performance. His guide, Tsubaki Kohei, alongside of him. What a moment for the host nation. Yonioka Satoru of Japan, 35 years of age.
Silver medalist, representing Spain, 銀メダリスト、Spain, Hector Catala-La Parra, as guide Gustavo Rodriguez Iglesias.
Silver medal to Hector Catala-La Parra, his guide Gustavo Rodriguez Iglesias. 33 years of age, the defending world champion, the title he won in 2019. Silver medal now added to his very impressive resume. He was good. He was very good.
Gold medalist and Paralympic champion, representing the United States of America, 金メダリストおよびパラリンピックチャンピオン、アメリカ合衆国、Brad Schneider, and his guide, Greg Billington.
Brad Schneider, Paralympic champion, his guide Greg Billington. Well, he had won 5 Paralympic medals, gold medals in the past in the sport of swimming in 2012 and 2016. He stepped up to the three-discipline event that is triathlon. He dominated from start to finish, the complete performance. What an athlete, what a moment for Brad Schneider and the United States of America. "37 years of age. And now the Star-Spangled Banner will ring out around the Odaiba Marine Park."
Ladies and gentlemen, the national anthem of the United States of America. 皆様、アメリカ合衆国国歌の演奏です。
Your Olympic medalists, Brad Schneider, Hector Catalapara, and Yonioka Satora of Japan. Their guides, Greg Billington, Gustavo Rodriguez Iglesias, and Tsubaki Kohei. Plenty of emotion for all of our recipients. 5 years in the waiting, hoping an event that is so much greater than the sum of its parts, the pinnacle of the sport. These athletes, their guides, a credit to their country, a credit to the sport of triathlon. Been simply a remarkable day at the Odaiba Marine Park. Men's PTVI, those athletes with a visual impairment making its debut. A new chapter written in the long, illustrious history of the sport of triathlon. Plenty more action 24 hours from now, day 2 of the triathlon program.
And that concludes the first day of triathlon.
But that does bring to a close day 1 of the triathlon program on day 4
and your support. Please take care
of Tokyo 2020, the Paralympics.
And remember, our venue staff are
It's been an absolute privilege and a pleasure.
If you require any assistance.
Hope you have enjoyed the coverage.
東京2020パラリンピックトライアスロン競技1日目を終了いたします。ご来場いただきありがとうございました。お気をつけてお帰りください。Please join us here tomorrow at 6:30 a.m. for the second and last day of the Tokyo 2020 Para-Triathlon competitions. Have a great day. 明日はお台場海浜公園での第2大会2日目になります。